Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Thorin. Something feels wrong. The thought hits me as we crest the ridge overlooking the valley where Tuscan and Vicky make their home. It's been 6 days since Lissa's last visit with the women, and the unease has been building in my chest like pressure before a storm. That particular ache that comes when the world shifts out of alignment in ways too subtle for conscious recognition, but too important for the body to ignore. Beside me, Lissa shifts restlessly against the cold. Her breath comes in visible puffs that dissipate into air, so crisp it seems to ring like crystal when disturbed. She feels it too, that wrongness that sets teeth on edge and makes heartlight flicker in uncertain patterns. After 2 years bonded to me, she's learned to trust the instincts that have kept me alive through centuries of violence and loss. The fire should be burning, she murmurs, scanning the valley below with eyes that catch the dying light like polished amber. She's right. This time of evening, their shelter should be glowing with warmth, smoke rising from the careful fire ring they've maintained through weeks of domestic routine. Tuscan would be banking the coals for the night. Vicky would be preparing her evening medicines or mending clothes by the light. Instead, the valley spreads below us in winter silence that seems too complete, too absolute. The clearing sits dark against the snow like a wound in the white expanse, no light emanating from the shelter they've built against the ancient oak. No movement around the fire ring where they should be sharing their final meal before tomorrow's journey. Just cold air that carries something else. Something that makes my claws extend involuntarily, scraping against the stone beneath my feet, with sounds like breaking bone. Thorin! Lissa's voice is tight with fear she's trying to keep from blooming into panic. I smell it now. Metallic. Heavy. Wrong. Blood. Not the clean scent of Tuscan's evening hunt or the copper tang of Vicky's medicinal work, but something older. Darker, mixed with violence and fear, and the particular stench that comes when death arrives uninvited and lingers too long in places meant for life. The wrongness in my chest crystallizes into certainty cold as the snow beneath our feet. They should have been preparing for tomorrow's meeting. Should have been excited about formally establishing the permanent alliance we've all dreamed of building. Instead, something has gone terribly, irrevocably wrong. We descend into the valley in grim silence, following the path Tuscan carved between the trees with patient labor and stubborn hope. Each step forward feels like walking toward our own execution, but we cannot stop, cannot turn away. The bonds of friendship and chosen family pull us forward, even as every survival instinct screams retreat. With each footfall, the wrongness grows stronger. My heartlight pulses irregular amber, warning colors that speak of threat and grief in equal measure, ancient signals that once helped our kind coordinate during the great hunts that carved our legends into history. The clearing tells its story before we reach the shelter. The fire ring sits cold, its careful stones scattered and disturbed, cooking pots overturned, their contents frozen into the earth like obscene art. Tools abandoned mid-task, Vicky's mortar and pestle lying beside spilled herbs, Tuscan's hunting knife embedded in a tree trunk where desperate throw went wide of intended target. But it's the shelter itself that makes my throat tighten with rage that threatens to consume what remains of rational thought. Built against the great oak with weeks of careful labor, improved and refined into something approaching architectural beauty. Home in every way that mattered to two people who'd found love in a world that tried to deny them even basic survival. Now violated, destroyed, transformed from sanctuary into tomb. We approach the entrance with the sick certainty of those who know what awaits, but cannot stop themselves from looking. The hide flap that served as door hangs torn and askew, revealing the darkness within like a mouth opened in silent scream. Lissa makes a sound, half sob, half growl, and starts forward. I catch her arm. "Let me." She nods, tears already freezing on her cheeks, and steps back to let me enter first. The shelter's interior has been transformed into nightmare. They lie together in the furs and blankets they'd arranged with such care, positioned in the embrace that must have been their final comfort. Tuscan's arms around Vicky's smaller form, her head against his chest where his heartlight should be pulsing with the steady rhythm that became her lullaby. But they're not sleeping. Vicky's throat has been opened with surgical precision, the cut so clean it speaks of razor-sharp blade wielded by expert hand. Blood has soaked into the carefully maintained bedding, turning their sanctuary into altar of violence. Her eyes stare sightless at the shelter's ceiling, fixed on something beyond this world. Tuscan's chest bears a wound that goes straight to the heart, single thrust delivered with anatomical knowledge that ensured instant death. His empty socket seems somehow deeper in death, darker, as if the violence that took his life also drained something essential from his very bones. They died together, in their sleep, in the safety they'd built with their own hands. The intimate cruelty of it makes my vision blur with rage. I force myself to examine the scene with centuries of survival training, though every instinct demands I give in to the fury building in my chest like molten iron. The positioning tells the story. Vicky died first, quietly, efficiently, her throat cut while she slept peacefully against her mate's chest. The killer moved with surgical precision, ensuring no sound escaped to wake Tuscan before delivering the second strike. Professional work. Experienced killers who understood exactly how to neutralize both Wera strength and human alertness before either could react. But it's the details that transform murder into message. Vicky's nightgown has been arranged with deliberate care, preserving her dignity even in death. Her hair braided with ribbons that weren't there when she went to sleep. Blue for sorrow, white for purity, red for love. Someone tended her after killing her, showed reverence for what they destroyed. The contradiction makes my chest constrict with confused grief. Who shows such care for victims they've murdered? Who takes time to honor dignity while destroying it? Around the shelter's perimeter, symbols have been carved into the oak's bark with claws heated by heartlight until metal-hard bone became branding iron. Ancient Wira script that speaks of purification and cleansing, of strength through solitude and power through dominance. The curse, marked where it cannot be ignored. But there's something else. Something that makes the hair on my arm stand on end despite the cold. 2 sets of footprints in the disturbed earth around the shelter. One Wera, based on size and claw marks. One human, judging by boot impressions. They worked together. Coordinated. United in purpose even as they destroyed the very thing they claimed was impossible. Successful partnership between their kinds. The hypocrisy would be amusing if it weren't written in the blood of our family. Ancient fury awakens in my chest like molten iron poured into cavities hollowed by loss. This wasn't random violence or territorial dispute. This was the curse made manifest, philosophy carved in flesh and arranged in the sanctuary they'd built with love and hope and stubborn determination to prove the world wrong about what was possible. They died for believing love could survive in a world that seems determined to destroy it. They died for building something beautiful. They died for proving that monsters and humans could choose partnership over predation, cooperation over conquest, trust over the endless vigilance that defines most of our existence. My heartlight flares brilliant white, not with grief, though grief threads through every pulse, but with promise. Vow. Commitment written in light and sealed in bone. I kneel beside their joined forms, placing my hand over Tuscan's stilled chest. In the old way, I speak words of vengeance that echo through bone and blood, binding me to purpose until justice is served, or death takes me to whatever waits beyond the final hunt. Brother, I whisper in the ancient tongue. Sister, your deaths will be answered. Your blood will be repaid. By tooth and claw, by heart and bone, by the love they sought to destroy. I swear this thing unto the ending of all things. The wind carries my words through the violated shelter and out into the forest where they settle like seeds in winter soil, waiting, growing, preparing to bloom into violence when spring comes. Behind me, Lissa's breathing hitches with barely controlled sobs. When I turn, she's standing in the shelter's entrance, one hand pressed to her mouth, eyes blazing with their own cold fire. They were sleeping, she whispers. They were safe. They were home. They were murdered by cowards, I growl, rising to my feet. We make them pay, Lissa says, voice steady despite the tears freezing on her cheeks. We will indeed. But even as I speak the words, something cold settles in my chest. The kind of certainty that comes when you recognize a moment that will define everything that follows. This is where it begins. The transformation we'll all undergo in pursuit of justice. The prices we'll pay for the right to call ourselves survivors.
Chapter 2. Lissa. I can't stop shaking as I work, and it has nothing to do with the cold. Vicky lies exactly as they found her, curled against Tuscan's chest, in the embrace that should have been safety itself. Her throat bears the precise cut that ended her life, but her face holds the peaceful expression of someone who died without pain, without fear, without ever knowing death was coming for her. They killed her in her sleep, in the sanctuary she'd helped build, in the arms of the male she loved more than life itself. The intimate cruelty of it makes my stomach turn. I begin with warming water over the fire Thorin has rebuilt, the same fire ring where she cooked her last meal, where she prepared medicines with the careful attention she brought to everything that mattered. The basin steams in the frigid air, each cloud of vapour carrying the scent of herbs I know she would have chosen. Lavender for peace, rosemary for remembrance, sage for protection in whatever realm awaits beyond the final breath. She taught me these combinations during our weekly visits, her hands steady and sure as she demonstrated proper proportions. Women's magic, she called it with that smile that could light up the darkest winter day. The kind that keeps families whole while men worry about territory and threat. Now her hands will never move again. The blood comes away slowly from her skin, reluctantly, as if it knows its presence marks the line between sleep and death, between safety and violation. Underneath, her flesh bears no other marks of violence, just the single, precise cut that ended everything. Whoever killed her took no pleasure in causing additional suffering. Clinical, efficient, almost respectful. The contradiction makes my chest ache with confused grief. Who shows such surgical precision while committing murder? Who takes care to minimize suffering while destroying everything their victims built together? As I work, I study the shelter's interior, the carefully arranged furs and blankets, now soaked with blood, but still bearing the impressions of bodies that slept in perfect trust. The small personal items arranged with loving care, Tuscan's hunting tools cleaned and ready for tomorrow's journey, Vicky's medicine bundles prepared for the meeting that will never happen. They'd been planning for tomorrow, for the permanent alliance, for the community we'd all dreamed of building together. Instead, they got the curse carved into their sanctuary's walls and death delivered while they dreamed. I should have been here, I whisper against her cooling forehead. Should have stayed the extra day like I wanted to. Should have insisted on better protection. But the words feel hollow even as I speak them. What protection could have prevented this? What vigilance could have stopped killers who moved like ghosts through the forest, who struck without warning or chance for resistance? When her face is clean, I begin on her hair. The golden strands Tuscan loved to touch while they planned their future. 3 sections braided tight with ribbons that weren't there when she went to sleep. Blue for sorrow, white for purity, red for the love that brought them together and couldn't keep them safe. Someone else braided these ribbons into her hair after killing her. The realization hits like physical blow. One of the killers, probably the human woman who worked with the corrupted wirer, took time to tend Vicky's appearance after murdering her, showed care for dignity while destroying life. Why? Respect for a fallen enemy? Mockery of the gentleness they'd rejected? Some twisted form of mercy that preserves beauty while eliminating the soul beneath it? I may never understand their motivation, but the attention to detail, the careful arrangement, the almost ritualistic positioning, all of it speaks to killers who saw this as more than simple murder. This was ceremony, statement, declaration of war against everything we represent. Across the violated shelter, Thorin tends to Tuscan with the ancient reverence our kind shows their dead. He's removed Tuscan's body from the bloodied furs, arranging him with the dignity death tried to steal. The younger Wyra looks smaller in death, not the fierce protector who'd fought dark elves for Vicky's freedom, but a young male who'd found love and safety, only to have both torn away by those who see such bonds as weakness, requiring surgical removal. Low humming fills the space, frequencies that vibrate through the ground beneath my feet and make my teeth ache with sympathetic resonance. Thorin's heart light shifts through colours I've learned to read. Amber for mourning, blue for respect, brief flashes of white-hot rage quickly suppressed in favour of ceremony. This is how his people honour their dead, not with flowers or spoken words, but with light and sound that carries meaning older than language, that speaks to parts of the soul untouched by rational thought. The ancient rituals help contain his fury. I can see it in the deliberate control he maintains, the way he channels rage into reverence and grief into action. But underneath the ceremony runs something harder, something that measures our loss not just in terms of emotional devastation, but strategic disadvantage. We're being hunted. Systematically. Our very existence as bonded pairs makes us targets for those who see love as corruption requiring cleansing. How many others have died like this? How many sanctuaries have been violated? How many dreams destroyed by killers who move like shadows through the forests we thought were safe? I watch Thorin prepare Tuscan for burial and feel something cold settle in my chest. Not just grief, though grief is there. Not just rage, though rage burns bright and hard. Purpose. The kind that comes when you realise the world has declared war on everything you value, and you must choose between surrender and transformation into something capable of fighting back. The question is, what will have to become to survive what's coming? We carry them together into the clearing where they'd planned to expand their garden when spring came. The ground fights us with winter's cruelty, frozen earth that requires both our strengths to penetrate. Thorin's claws to break through the surface, my human hands to clear away debris and shape the cavity that will hold them. Physical labour that provides outlet for emotions too large for our bodies to contain. 6 feet down, as tradition demands. Deep enough that scavengers won't disturb their rest. Deep enough that spring thaw won't bring unwelcome revelations to the surface. The work takes hours, during which the sun travels its abbreviated winter arc, and shadows lengthen across snow that drinks light without offering warmth in return. My hands blister despite the gloves Vicky knitted for me last autumn. Wool dyed with berries she gathered from bushes that grow only on the north face of the mountain. She spent weeks on them, working by firelight while Tuscan carved hunting arrows, and they talked about the children they might have when the world grew safe enough for such dreams. Remember the first time we met? I speak to her still form as we work, words that come without conscious decision. 3 women fleeing the castle, convinced we'd die alone in the wilderness. You said love was luxury we couldn't afford. Thorin's claws scrape against buried stone, sparks briefly illuminating the growing cavity. You said bonding made us weak, made us targets, made us vulnerable to exactly this kind of loss. My voice cracks, but I continue. You said it right up until you met him, until you saw how he looked at you like you were salvation itself. The memories hurt like physical wounds. Vicky's amazement when she realised her touch could soothe Tuscan's ancient hunger. Her joy when his heartlight began shifting to match her moods. Her wonder when she discovered love could literally heal the damage centuries of isolation had carved into his soul. You said love was worth the risk, that even if it ended badly, having it was better than living without it. Tears freeze against my cheeks as I speak. You said dying for something you loved was better than dying for nothing at all. But she didn't die for love. She died because others see love as weakness requiring elimination. When the grave is deep enough, we lower them together, still embracing as they were in life, as they were in death. Tuscan's arms around Vicky's smaller form, her head against his chest where his heartlight should be pulsing with the steady rhythm that became her lullaby. Even in death, they choose each other. Love doesn't end, I whisper, as we arrange the furs and winter flowers around them. Death ends, life ends, bodies end, love continues. The words taste like prayer and promise in equal measure. They arrive as we're finishing the burial mound, their approach silent as falling snow, but carrying weight that makes the air itself feel heavier. Kerith and Elira emerge from the tree line with unconscious coordination that speaks of perfect partnership, but something in their bearing makes my chest tighten with unease I can't name. They move like predators who've scented blood on the wind, alert, focused, already calculating response to threat they haven't fully identified. Grief has given their features sharp edges that weren't present a week ago. Kerith's massive frame radiates controlled violence barely held in check. His heart light pulses in colours I don't recognise. Gold shot through with red threads that speak of emotions too complex and dangerous for easy interpretation. Elira's face bears the kind of composure that comes only from deliberate emotional control. Her dark hair pulled back severely, her clothing chosen for function rather than comfort. Her hands moving with the unconscious efficiency of someone already planning violence. This isn't the gentle healer who taught me to recognise medicinal plants. This isn't the woman who laughed at Vicky's stories and shared dreams of building permanent community. This is something harder, sharper, more dangerous. How long ago? Kerith's voice carries harmonics that make my spine straighten involuntarily. Command frequencies that bypass rational thought and speak directly to the part of the brain that recognises apex predators. Last night, Thorin replies, straightening to his full height. Professional work. No struggle, no chance for defence. They exchange information with the efficiency of military strategists rather than grieving friends. Tactical details, estimated timeframes, analysis of enemy capabilities and intent. The conversation feels hollow, drained of the emotional weight this moment should carry. Septis and Gala? Elira's question comes out flat, matter of fact, as if confirming details of weather rather than discussing the murder of our family. Their signature work, I confirm, the surgical precision, the ritualistic elements, the ideological markers carved into the trees. Something flickers across Kerith's face, not sorrow but satisfaction, as if this confirmation provides information he needed, rather than devastating news about friends we've lost. Elira kneels beside the grave mound, placing her hand flat against the disturbed earth. But her grief feels calculated, performed, rather than experienced. As if she's going through motions she remembers from safer times, when loss meant something different than strategic disadvantage. They'll pay, she says, voice steady as winter wind. All of them. The words should provide comfort, should echo our own determination for justice. Instead, they make something cold crawl up my spine like ice water. There's no heat in her promise, no passion driving the vow. Just cold certainty that speaks of decisions already made, plans already forming in directions I'm not sure I understand. The trail will be cold, Thorin observes. Kerith's lips curve in something that might once have been called a smile. Not for me. I can track them. I know their methods now. I know where they'll go next. His heartlight flares brighter, gold deepening to burnished copper shot through with crimson that pulses like arterial flow. The kind of light I've seen only during hunts, when predatory instincts override everything else and reduce the world to simple equations of hunter and prey. But we're not talking about hunting animals for food. We're talking about hunting killers for revenge. The distinction should matter more than it seems to. They comfort us with words about justice and retribution, about tracking enemies and settling debts. But underneath their sympathy runs something that measures our loss in terms of tactical advantage, rather than emotional devastation. When they leave, melting back into the forest with the same silent coordination that brought them, I'm left with the disturbing certainty that the friends who came to mourn aren't quite the same people who arrived at this graveside. Something in them has crystallized. Hardened. Sharpened into shapes I don't recognize and aren't sure I want to understand. The changes are subtle now. Small alterations in how they speak about violence, how they plan response to threat, how they look at the prices we might have to pay for safety. But seeds of transformation have been planted in the fertile ground of grief and rage, and I have the terrible feeling they're already beginning to grow.
Chapter 3. Thorin. The scent is 3 days old, but Kerith follows it like bloodhound on fresh hunt. I watch him move through the forest with tracking abilities that seem enhanced beyond his normal capabilities. Not supernatural. Grief and rage have sharpened his focus to laser precision, burning away everything except the hunt itself. His massive frame flows between trees with predatory grace that speaks of purpose refined into weapon. There, he says, pointing to disturbed moss that looks identical to every other patch we've passed. They rested here. The human female removed something from her pack. I study the area he indicates, seeing only forest floor that shows no obvious signs of passage. But Kerith reads evidence in ways that escape my perception. Bent grass that speaks of weight distribution, scent traces that linger in bark grooves, the subtle wrongness that marks recent occupation. His tracking has always been exceptional. Now it borders on obsessive. How can you be certain? Kerith kneels beside a fallen log, running claws along wood scarred by what might be blade marks. Her pack caught on this branch. See the fabric threads? He indicates fibers I can barely distinguish from natural debris. And here, boot print in soft earth, partially obscured but still readable. The explanation makes sense according to enhanced but still natural tracking ability. No mystical connection required, just grief-fueled obsession that has burned away everything except the hunt. Direction? North, toward the high peaks. He straightens slowly, his heart-light pulsing colors that shift between gold and something approaching the colorless dark. They're not running randomly. They have destination in mind. Something in his voice carries certainty beyond what normal tracking should provide, as if he knows where they're heading without conscious understanding of how that knowledge was acquired. The distinction troubles me more than I want to admit. We make camp in sheltered grove where Kerith can demonstrate the full extent of his evolution. Traditional pursuit won't work, he explains, sketching patterns in dirt with claw tips that catch firelight like polished steel. These aren't random killers fleeing justice. They're hunters following predetermined strategy. The language feels wrong coming from someone I've known for years. Military terminology that reduces our murdered friends to tactical considerations. When did Kerith learn to think like strategist rather than grieving ally? So we anticipate rather than react, Elira adds from her position beside the fire. Get ahead of their planning instead of following their trail. I study her face in flickering light, noting changes that accumulate like symptoms of transformation, too subtle for immediate recognition. The gentle healer has been replaced by someone who calculates risk with cold precision. They're targeting isolated pairs, Kareth continues. Couples who've chosen cooperation over combat readiness. Predictable vulnerabilities in predictable locations. Meaning? Meaning we can predict their next target. His voice carries satisfaction that chills me. And be waiting when they arrive. The proposal hangs between us like challenge to everything we've built together. Our alliance valued protection over aggression. Our bonds proved love could strengthen rather than expose. Our community offered hope for a different kind of future. All reduced to tactical advantage in war we never chose to fight. That's using innocence as bait, I object. That's using tactical intelligence to prevent additional murders, Kareth corrects without heat. The distinction matters. Does it? Elira's question cuts through rationalization like blade through silk. Does the distinction matter if the result is stopping them before they kill again? The casual dismissal of moral consideration troubles me more than the strategic thinking itself. They're not just planning violence. They're justifying it through frameworks that transform murder into necessity. I'll handle reconnaissance, Elira volunteers, when Kareth outlines his plan to intercept the killers at their next hunting ground. The eagerness in her voice makes my chest hurt with unease I can't articulate. This is the one who once spent hours teaching healing arts, who valued the preservation of life above tactical advantage, who showed endless patience with questions about medicinal plants. Now she's volunteering for the most dangerous aspect of operation, designed to bring her into contact with proven killers. Too risky, Lissa objects from across the fire. If they detect you, they won't. Elira's confidence carries absolute certainty. I understand their psychology now, how they select targets, how they approach, how they execute their plans. How could you possibly understand that? Because I can think the way they think. The admission comes out matter-of-fact, as if describing weather rather than psychological transformation. I can anticipate their reasoning, predict their methods, stay ahead of their planning. The explanation should provide comfort. Understanding enemy psychology represents tactical advantage. Instead, it makes something cold crawl up my spine like ice water. When did you develop this insight? I ask carefully. She looks at me with eyes that reflect firelight like polished stone. When I realized mercy killed our friends. When I understood that gentleness is luxury we can no longer afford. When I accepted that surviving requires becoming something harder. The words carry conviction that transforms confession into declaration of war. Not just against the murderers, but against the soft idealism that allowed their success. You want to hurt them, Lissa observes quietly. I want to understand them completely so I can destroy them with the same precision they used against Tuscan and Vicky. Elira's voice remains level, but underneath runs current of anticipation that makes my ancient instincts whisper warnings. I want to learn their methods so we can improve upon them. Improve upon murder? Improve upon efficiency. They kill from curse-driven compulsion. We'll kill from tactical necessity. They murder randomly. We'll eliminate specific threats. They work alone. We coordinate systematic response. She describes violence with clinical detachment that transforms atrocity into methodology. As if killing is a technical problem requiring proper application rather than moral choice demanding careful consideration. When did taking life become so easy for her to contemplate? We set out on the killer's trail as dawn breaks gray and cold over mountains that seem carved from winter itself. Kareth leads with enhanced focus that guides us along paths winding through terrain I would never have associated with our quarry. His tracking abilities have been sharpened by grief into instrument of surgical precision, following signs invisible to normal perception while maintaining strategic awareness that borders on supernatural. Behind us, Lissa follows in increasingly troubled silence. I can see her watching Kareth and Elira with growing unease, cataloging changes that accumulate like symptoms of disease, too subtle for conscious recognition, but too important to ignore. They're transforming. both of them. Grief and rage providing catalyst for evolution into something harder, sharper, more efficient at violence than anything we were before. The question is whether what emerges will still be recognizably the people we chose to love, or something else entirely wearing familiar faces. As we track deeper into wilderness that grows more hostile with each mile, I take final look back toward the valley where we buried our family. Smoke from their funeral pyre has long since dispersed, but the memory lingers. Final evidence of love that couldn't protect itself against organized hatred. We're abandoning more than geography. We're leaving behind naive belief that goodness guarantees survival, that bonds provide adequate shield against those who see both as weaknesses requiring elimination. What we're walking toward feels darker than simple justice, but walking away is no longer option.
Chapter 4. Lissa. The scent hits me first. Unwashed male bodies, leather, and the particular musk that marks dark elf soldiers on extended patrol. I freeze behind the massive tree trunk where I'd taken shelter from winter wind, mind racing through options that narrow to nothing with each heartbeat. 5 of them, judging by the voices carrying through bare branches. Professional soldiers by their coordination, their casual confidence in hostile territory. My blood turns to ice water as realization hits. They're close enough to have been tracking me specifically. Following signs, I thought I'd hidden well enough to avoid detection. Professional hunters closing on prey that has no chance of escape through terrain they know infinitely better. Fresh tracks, one calls in their harsh tongue. Human female, moving north. The casual certainty makes my stomach clench with terror. Not random patrol that might pass without incident. Deliberate hunt by soldiers who've been following my trail with supernatural precision. I remain motionless despite every instinct screaming for flight, praying they'll move past without thorough search. Movement would reveal position, trigger pursuit I cannot win. Better to wait, hope distance provides safety their hunting skills cannot overcome. But I know, with growing dread, what fate awaits lone human woman captured by dark elf patrol in wilderness, far from any authority or witness. The stories are consistent, brutal, detailed in ways that make death seem merciful by comparison. "Spread out," their leader commands. "She's close. I can smell her fear." The search tightens with methodical precision that speaks of extensive experience hunting human prey. From my hiding place, I watch them work through gaps in winter foliage. Professional coordination that eliminates escape routes while maintaining tactical discipline. These aren't bandits seeking quick profit. They're military unit with specific objectives that unfortunately include capturing me alive. "Boot prints here," one reports. "Size suggests young female, travelling light but equipped for extended journey." "Alone this deep in hostile territory?" Their leader's voice carries predatory interest. Either desperate or stupid, both useful qualities for our purposes. The casual assessment of my value makes bile rise in my throat. They're discussing me like livestock being evaluated for purchase, calculating what entertainment I might provide before disposal becomes necessary. "Could be scout for larger force," another suggests with professional caution. "Possible. All the more reason to take her alive for questioning." The leader's agreement carries implications that make my skin crawl. Use whatever methods necessary to extract information. The euphemism fools no one. I know exactly what methods dark elf soldiers employ for interrogation of human captives. The stories are told in whispers, detailed enough to serve as warning while being too horrifying for polite conversation. I force myself to remain still despite terror that threatens to trigger panicked flight. Discovery means prolonged agony before merciful death. Better to wait, pray they pass without finding me. Hope distance provides safety, their casual hunting cannot bridge. "Wait," one says quietly. My heart stops. Discovery feels like falling. That moment of absolute certainty that impact is inevitable, that pain approaches whether I'm prepared or not. But instead of finding me, they're examining something else. Tracks, perhaps. Signs pointing away from my hiding place toward routes I haven't travelled. Multiple signatures, their leader observes with tone shifting toward caution. Large, coordinated, moving with purpose. "Wyra," one of them says, voice tight with fear that professional training cannot completely suppress. The word changes everything. Casual predators become potential prey when faced with creatures capable of tearing through steel armor like cloth. Entertainment transforms into survival calculation when confronted by apex predators who see dark elves as natural enemies. "How many?" their leader asks with professional calm that masks growing concern. 3 signatures minimum, mature males, moving together but maintaining individual territory markers. The assessment carries implications that extend far beyond my immediate survival. Professional soldiers recognizing threat beyond their capability to handle, tactical retreat preserving forces for battles they can actually win. "Withdraw," the leader commands with authority that expects immediate compliance. Relief floods through me so suddenly I nearly sob aloud. Not because they've shown mercy, Dark Elf soldiers don't possess that weakness, but because they've encountered threat that makes capturing lone human woman seem tactically inadvisable compared to reporting intelligence to higher command. "Mark the location," he instructs as equipment is secured. Command needs to know about Wyra movement in this sector. The bureaucratic efficiency might save my life temporarily, but it also means systematic attention will replace random encounter. Coordinated search by forces equipped to handle threats I cannot imagine surviving. As voices fade toward distance, I realize this reprieve is temporary pause before more dangerous hunting begins. I remain hidden until their passage fades to memory, until forest sounds resume patterns suggesting genuine solitude rather than tactical withdrawal. When I finally emerge from concealment, my hands shake with delayed reaction to terror I couldn't afford to feel while immediate survival depended on remaining motionless. The knife at my belt seems pathetically inadequate against forces that treat human women as recreational resources. But the encounter has revealed truths extending beyond my personal danger. Those soldiers were part of larger organization with resources to coordinate systematic searches across territories I thought were abandoned wilderness. Professional military units hunting isolated humans for purposes I don't want to contemplate. Intelligence networks tracking movement through regions supposedly empty of civilization. Command structures capable of deploying forces across vast distances in response to single contact reports. This isn't random violence or opportunistic predation. This is organized warfare against anyone existing outside established power structures. By the time I rejoin the others, full weight of what I've learned has crystallized into understanding that changes everything. We're not just seeking justice for murdered friends or tracking specific killers. We're fugitives in a world that has declared our very existence illegal, targets of systematic elimination by forces with resources we cannot match through conventional resistance. "Contact?" Thorin asks, reading tension in my posture with centuries of experience interpreting threat assessment. "Dark Elf Patrol, 5 soldiers, professional." I keep my voice steady despite fear making my chest tight. "They were tracking me specifically until they detected your scent signatures." The implications settle between us like weight too heavy for easy carrying. Random encounter becomes evidence of systematic hunting. Isolated incident transforms into coordinated campaign. "How close?" Carith's question comes sharp with tactical interest. Close enough to identify me as target, far enough to withdraw when they realized they'd stumbled into territory claimed by multiple Wyra. "They'll report our presence," Alera observes with clinical detachment. "Bring additional forces equipped to handle supernatural threats." The casual efficiency of her threat assessment troubles me almost as much as the encounter itself. When did she learn to think like military strategist rather than healer concerned with preserving life? Then we move faster, Kerith decides. Find the killers before organised pursuit catches up with us. The logic makes tactical sense while ignoring moral implications that should matter more than efficiency calculations. But pointing out ethical concerns feels naive when faced with enemies who see rape and torture as acceptable interrogation techniques. The encounter has forced recognition that our personal tragedy exists within larger context of systematic violence against anyone who dares choose love over the brutal isolation that marks normal existence in this world. We're not just hunting murderers. We're trying to prevent our own elimination by forces that see bonded pairs as threats requiring extermination.
Chapter 5. Thorin. The trail leads higher into peaks that scrape the sky like broken teeth, following signs that grow more disturbing with each mile climbed through terrain that should be empty this time of year. Ancient caves carved deeper by deliberate expansion speak of permanent occupation rather than seasonal shelter. Scent markers burned into granite with claws heated until they bit through solid stone. Territorial claims that radiate confidence bordering on arrogance. But underneath the fresh markings runs something else. Something that makes my ancient instincts whisper recognition despite conscious disbelief. I know this scent, faint beneath layers of recent activity, but unmistakable once identified. Were a male, mature, carrying the particular psychic resonance that marks those touched by the curse. That should have died in flames months ago. Thorin? Lissa notices my sudden stillness as I press closer to symbols burned into stone outcrop. What is it? I trace claw marks with growing certainty, letting centuries of experience analyze what my nose has already confirmed. The script speaks of purification through violence, strength through solitude, love as weakness requiring surgical removal. But it's the signature beneath, the psychic resonance clinging to granite like scent, that makes my blood turn to winter. It can't be, I whisper. Kerith moves beside me, his enhanced tracking abilities immediately focusing on whatever I've detected. What can't be? The architect of the curse. The words taste like ash on my tongue. The source who was supposed to be dead. Lissa's breath catches audibly. That's impossible. We heard about the fire. Nothing could have survived. Apparently something did. I straighten, ancient fury beginning to build in my chest like pressure before volcanic eruption. Malachor. He's here, still spreading his poison. The name falls into silence that stretches like taut wire between opposing forces. The stronghold reveals itself as we crest the final ridge, caverns transformed into architectural statement that speaks of power, dominance, and absolute commitment to philosophy that sees death as art form. But it's the entrance decoration that makes my stomach clench with horrified recognition. Dozens of skulls line the cave mouth in patterns that turn murder into monument. Human and were-bones arranged with artistic precision, each placement chosen to maximize visual impact while demonstrating scope of systematic slaughter. I count them with professional detachment that overrides emotional reaction. 37 human skulls showing varying degrees of weathering. 22 Wyra skulls, their empty sockets dark as winter night. Nearly 30 bonded pairs destroyed and displayed like hunting trophies. The numbers make my legs weak. This isn't random collection of battle casualties or territorial disputes settled through violence. This is testament to campaign that has eliminated scores of couples across territory spanning multiple regions. How many months has this been growing? Lissa breathes beside me. Since the fort fire, I realize aloud. Since everyone thought the curse died with its creator. He's been hunting systematically, building this monument to his philosophy one murder at a time. The skulls show progression from hesitant early kills to confident recent additions. Learning curve written in bone, documenting evolution from the curse into efficient methodology. The fire didn't stop him, Kerith observes with growing understanding. It freed him from defending territory, let him focus entirely on spreading his cure. The clinical assessment carries undertones that trouble me, as if he's analyzing successful business model rather than confronting evidence of genocide. Malachor has been perfecting his approach, each kill teaching him more about eliminating bonds he sees as corruption, each success proving his philosophy through practical demonstration. And somewhere behind that wall of trophy skulls, he continues building his monument to the death of love. Movement below reveals the scope of what we're facing, and the intimate scale that makes it somehow more disturbing than army would have been. 3 figures move through the expanded caverns with casual familiarity, not organized force or military operation, but something potentially more dangerous. Small, perfectly coordinated unit that has achieved seamless cooperation through shared purpose. The first emerges from deeper caves, massive wire frame carrying additional muscle that speaks of months spent in constant physical activity. His movements flow with apex predator confidence, no longer questioning his place in any hierarchy. This has to be Malachor. Larger than legend suggested, his presence radiating authority that transforms cave system into throne room. The original architect of the curse, supposedly dead, very much alive and still building his empire of bones. Behind him follows human woman who moves with equal confidence, clearly his partner in this twisted enterprise rather than captive or servant. She carries herself with authority that speaks of shared power, mutual respect between equals united by common vision. But it's the third figure that makes my heart tight with confused recognition. Dark elf male in collar and chains, his natural beauty systematically destroyed through torture that carved scars across both flesh and spirit. He maintains weapons and equipment with mechanical precision, his movements suggesting complete submission to whatever system has claimed him. Broken thing that once possessed pride, dignity, self-respect, all surgically removed through methods I can only imagine, while leaving skills intact enough to serve their purposes. 3 people, Lyra observes from her position beside me. That's all. 3 people built all this. Her voice carries clinical assessment that troubles me more than the observation itself. Professional appreciation for efficiency rather than horror at genocide. Perfect coordination, Kareth agrees with tone suggesting admiration. No wasted effort, no competing agendas, seamless partnership between individuals who understand their roles completely. They discuss enemy capabilities with detachment that transforms observation into tactical analysis, as if studying successful methodology rather than confronting architects of systematic murder. Watching the broken dark elf work, I'm struck by complete transformation from whatever he once was into living tool. His movements carry mechanical efficiency devoid of personal investment, every action calculated to demonstrate absolute submission while maintaining functional competence. No pride in skilled work, no satisfaction in tasks completed. Just systematic execution of duties assigned by those who own him entirely. This is what they do to enemies who survive initial encounter. Not quick death. That would be mercy. Instead, methodical destruction of everything that makes resistance possible, while preserving abilities that serve their objectives. Living demonstration, Lissa whispers, her voice tight with horrified understanding. Warning of what happens to those who oppose them. But it represents more than intimidation tactic. This creature's transformation exemplifies their philosophy in perfect practice. Dominance through absolute control, strength demonstrated through systematic subjugation, power expressed through complete reduction of enemy to useful property. They've perfected method for claiming opponents rather than merely killing them. Violation becomes ownership. Resistance becomes recruitment opportunity. The very act of opposing them provides chance to demonstrate superiority through patient breaking of defiance. Watching him tend weapons in chains and collar, I understand we're not facing killers motivated by simple ideological conviction. We're confronting architects of system designed to destroy souls while leaving bodies functional enough to serve as both warnings and resources. The personal satisfaction Malachor and his partner demonstrate in the creature's degradation reveals true nature of their alliance. This isn't just about eliminating bonds. It's about proving worldview through systematic humiliation of everything they've rejected. They survived the fort fire, built new stronghold, expanded operations beyond anything we imagined possible. Malachor, The original source of the curse that's been converting Wera across multiple territories is alive, thriving, and systematically eliminating every bonded pair he can locate. The scope makes our individual grief seem almost insignificant, but it also transforms stopping them from personal vengeance into existential necessity. The curse's architect cannot be allowed to continue, cannot be permitted to expand his influence, cannot be suffered to prove his philosophy through additional systematic destruction. The question is, what will have to become to stop him?
Chapter 6. Lissa. Evening falls cold and uncomfortable around our small fire, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tensions that make even simple conversation feel dangerous. Kerith and Elira sit apart from us, heads bent together in whispered conference that excludes Thorin and me as deliberately as physical barrier. Their voices carry just enough to tantalize without revealing content. Fragments about tactical advantage and necessary methods and acceptable losses that make my chest tight with growing unease. We used to share everything: plans, fears, hopes for the future we were building together. Now they plot in shadows while treating us like children, too naive to understand the harsh realities of survival. What are they discussing? I ask Thorin quietly. He stares into flames with expression carved from winter stone. Strategies I am not sure I want to hear. Across the fire, Elira gestures sharply as she makes some point that draws a approving nod from Kerith. Whatever they're planning, it has his full support. Whatever darkness they're contemplating, they're walking into it together while leaving us behind. The exclusion hurts worse than I expected. We were family. The four of us against a world that tried to destroy what we'd built. Now that unity fractures along lines I don't understand, dividing us into categories of those who accept necessity and those who cling to naive idealism. When did protecting each other become naive? Tomorrow we move closer, Kerith announces without looking up from their private conversation. Gather intelligence on their patterns, their defences, their vulnerabilities. All of us? Thorin asks carefully. Elira and I will handle reconnaissance. You'll maintain perimeter security. The dismissal is polite but absolute. Important work for the corrupted, guard duty for those who haven't evolved beyond sentiment. As if we're liability rather than asset, burden rather than family. We could help with... I begin. You could compromise the mission. Elira interrupts, with voice carrying patience reserved for explaining obvious truths to slow children. This requires specific mindset you haven't developed yet. The casual cruelty of it takes my breath away. Not anger or frustration, just matter-of-fact assessment that I lack whatever psychological transformation they consider necessary for real work. Since when does my sister speak to me like I'm stranger? The change reveals itself in small details that accumulate into portrait of someone I no longer recognise. She catches the rabbit with efficiency that speaks of extensive practice. Quick, clean trap that immobilises without immediate killing. Standard hunting technique. But it's what comes next that makes my stomach turn. Instead of ending its life mercifully, she crouches beside the trapped animal and studies its fear with clinical interest. Watches how it struggles against bonds that only tighten with movement. Observes the exact moment when panic gives way to exhausted resignation. Elira, I say quietly, just kill it. Why? She looks up with genuine curiosity, as if my discomfort is interesting puzzle requiring solution. It's going to die anyway. What difference does timing make? Because it's suffering unnecessarily. So? The question comes without heat, without cruelty, just honest confusion about why suffering matters when outcome remains constant. Fear doesn't change meat quality. Pain doesn't affect nutritional value. What practical difference does its emotional state make? I exchange glances with Thorin, seeing my own horror reflected in his amber-lit gaze. This woman once spent hours teaching me to identify plants that ease pain. who valued gentleness as strength rather than weakness. Now she discusses animal suffering like academic exercise in resource management. It matters because causing unnecessary pain is wrong, I say, knowing how naive the words sound even as I speak them. Wrong according to whose standards? Alira's voice carries patient tone of teacher correcting students' fundamental misunderstanding. Morality is luxury we can't afford anymore, Lissa. What matters is efficiency, effectiveness, results. She turns back to the rabbit with renewed interest, experimenting with different pressures to gauge reactions. Taking notes, essentially, on optimal methods for extracting maximum fear response from helpless prey. When she finally kills it, quick twist that snaps neck cleanly, the mercy feels like afterthought rather than kindness. There, she says with satisfaction. Now I understand exactly how much pressure triggers panic versus resignation. Useful information for future applications. The clinical assessment makes bile rise in my throat. She wasn't torturing animal for pleasure. She was conducting research into psychological manipulation techniques. Somehow that's infinitely worse. I wait until Caerith takes watch duty before approaching Elira by the dying fire. She sits cleaning her knife with methodical precision, each stroke removing not just blood, but some invisible contamination only she can perceive. The weapon gleams in firelight like captured star. We need to talk, I say, settling beside her despite every instinct warning against proximity. About? About what's happening to you, to us, about the changes since we discovered Malachor is alive. Her hands still on the blade. What changes? The planning that excludes us, the casual cruelty toward helpless animals, the way you speak about suffering like it's irrelevant academic concept. I keep my voice steady, despite fear making my chest tight. You're becoming someone I don't recognize. I'm becoming someone capable of surviving what's coming. The correction carries no anger, just patient clarification of obvious truth. The person you knew was luxury we could afford when threat remained theoretical. Now that we know what we're facing, adaptation is required. Adaptation into what? Into whatever form provides tactical advantage against enemies who've already proven their efficiency. She resumes cleaning the knife with renewed focus. Sentiment didn't save Tuscan and Vicky. Gentleness didn't protect them from systematic murder. Mercy won't prevent additional casualties. So you abandon everything that made you worth saving? The question hangs between us like challenge neither of us wants to acknowledge. She looks up from her weapon maintenance with eyes that reflect firelight without warmth. Worth saving according to whose judgment? She asks with genuine curiosity. You speak as if moral purity has inherent value beyond emotional satisfaction, as if being good matters more than being effective. It does matter. Why? The simple question strips away layers of assumption I didn't realize I carried. Why does goodness matter beyond personal satisfaction? Why should mercy take precedence over efficiency? Why preserve gentleness when brutality achieves superior results? Because, I finally manage, without it, we become no different from those we're fighting. Exactly. Her smile carries no warmth, only cold satisfaction at my understanding. We become equally effective, equally dangerous, equally capable of protecting what we value through whatever methods prove necessary. That's not protection, that's becoming the threat. The distinction only matters to those who can afford ideological luxury. She sheathes the knife with decisive motion. I prefer practical solutions over philosophical comfort. The conversation ends not with argument, but with recognition that we're speaking different languages now. She's moved beyond moral frameworks I still inhabit, evolved past concerns that continue constraining my thinking. I'm losing my sister to something that wears her face while speaking in stranger's voice. Sleep brings no mercy from the day's revelations. In dreams, Elira stands over bound figures, with knife gleaming in light that casts no shadows. Her face carries expression of clinical interest as she makes precise cuts designed to maximize fear without causing immediate death. Research, she explains with patient teacher's voice, learning optimal methods for extracting information from unwilling subjects. The bound figures look like Tuscan and Vicky, like me, like everyone we've ever tried to protect through bonds we thought made us stronger. She moves between them with methodical efficiency, documenting responses to various stimuli. When they beg for mercy, she tilts her head with genuine curiosity about why they expect compassion from someone who's evolved past such limitations. Pain is data, she explains while working. Fear provides leverage. Suffering creates opportunities for behavioral modification. Why would I abandon useful tools because of sentimental attachment to outdated moral frameworks? In the dream, her teeth have been filed to points. Her fingers end in claws that part flesh with surgical precision. Her eyes reflect light like polished stone, beautiful and completely empty of recognition when she looks at me. You could become like me, she offers with sisterly affection. Let go of weakness disguised as virtue. Embrace practical solutions. Discover how much stronger you become when conscience stops limiting effectiveness. I try to run but find myself frozen, watching as she turns back to her work with renewed focus. The knife moves with artistic grace, each cut deliberate, each incision calculated to achieve specific psychological impact. When I finally wake, gasping and cold despite dying fire's warmth, uncertainty floods through me like poison. Was it nightmare born of paranoid fear, or preview of transformation already begun? Across our camp, Elira sleeps peacefully beside Kerith, her face serene in firelight that makes shadows dance like living things. Beautiful, familiar, completely terrifying in ways I can't articulate. I watch her breathing, looking for signs that might distinguish dream from reality, vision from memory. But her features reveal nothing except perfect calm of someone who's found peace through accepting necessary evolution. Tomorrow brings closer contact with Malakor's stronghold. Tomorrow we gather intelligence that will guide whatever action they're planning in whispered conferences that exclude us. Tomorrow I discover whether my sister still exists beneath the efficient killer who's taken her place. The uncertainty keeps me awake until dawn, staring at familiar face that might already belong to stranger.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 7. Thorin. The attack comes during the deepest part of night, when darkness presses against our small fire like living things seeking entry. I'm maintaining watch while the others sleep, ancient instincts keeping me alert despite exhaustion that settles into bones like winter cold. The forest around us holds normal sounds, whined through bare branches, small creatures moving through undergrowth, the distant call of hunting owls seeking prey. Then wrongness intrudes. Scent that doesn't belong, movement that breaks natural patterns, presence that radiates hunger and madness in equal measure. Waira, but not like any I've encountered. This one moves with jerky, uncontrolled motions that speak of mind fractured beyond repair. His approach lacks tactical thinking, strategic planning, even basic survival instinct. Just raw compulsion driving him forward like moth drawn to flame. I'm on my feet before conscious thought processes the threat, claws extending as predatory awareness floods through my frame. Behind me, the others stir at subtle changes in my posture that signal immediate danger. "Wake," I whisper without taking eyes off the tree line. "We have contact." The attacker emerges from shadows with snarl that carries no intelligence, only fevered conviction that transforms simple sound into ideological statement. He's smaller than me by several inches, younger by decades, but moves with absolute certainty that makes size irrelevant. "Soft ones," he hisses, voice carrying harmonics that resonate with religious fervor. "Weak ones. Diseased ones who cling to poison and call it cure." The words pour from him like prayer, like catechism learned through repetition, until meaning becomes secondary to rhythm. He's not speaking to us. He's reciting scripture that has replaced rational thought. He launches himself forward with suicide attack that prioritizes ideology over survival, claws aimed at my throat with precision that speaks of extensive combat experience. But his technique lacks coordination, timing thrown off by whatever madness drives him. I meet his charge with defensive posture that redirects momentum rather than matching force directly. Centuries of survival have taught me efficiency over dramatic gesture. Let him exhaust energy on empty air while I position for counterattack. His claws rake across my shoulder, drawing blood that spatters the frozen ground like crimson flowers. Pain flares bright and sharp, but superficial. Theatrical wounds that look worse than they feel. Behind me, Kareth rises with fluid motion that transforms sleep into readiness without transition period. His heart light flares brilliant gold as combat instincts engage, but underneath the surface color runs something darker that I've never seen before. The infected Wera fights with desperate fury that lacks tactical awareness, making him dangerous in unpredictable ways while remaining vulnerable to coordinated response. Kareth circles left while I maintain frontal engagement, our coordination speaking of years fighting together despite recent tensions. Whatever changes grief has carved into him, muscle memory of partnership remains intact. The source calls. Our attacker pants between strikes that grow wilder with each failed attempt. The pure one who speaks truth. He shows us what we are, what we must become. His words carry conviction that transforms madness into evangelism. He genuinely believes he's performing sacred duty, eliminating corruption that threatens some greater good. The certainty makes him more dangerous than simple rage would achieve. But belief cannot replace skill. When he overextends attempting to reach Lissa's position, Kareth takes advantage with strike that shatters his left shoulder, rendering that arm useless while preserving mobility. The infected Wera staggers but doesn't fall, pain only intensifying his fevered determination. "You cannot stop the cure," he snarls through gritted teeth. "The weak will be cleansed. The diseased will be purified. The source demands it." "What source?" I demand while maintaining defensive position. "The first one. The pure one who burns away delusion." His voice carries reverence that borders on worship. He calls through the wind, through the moonlight, through the consciousness we share. All who truly understand hear his voice. Kareth moves with sudden violence that ends the fight before our captive realizes he's been outmaneuvered. Claws find pressure points that induce paralysis without permanent damage, technique that speaks of knowledge I didn't realize he possessed. When did he learn to disable opponents with surgical precision? The infected Wera collapses, limbs unresponsive but consciousness intact. Perfect condition for interrogation. Perfect helplessness for whatever methods Kareth and Elira have been discussing in their private conferences. "Secure him," Elira says, emerging from shadows with rope that suggests she anticipated this outcome. "We need information about their network, their methods, their leadership structure." But the way she looks at our captive carries hunger that has absolutely nothing to do with tactical intelligence, something that recognizes opportunity for practical application of theories discussed in whispers. What begins as necessary intelligence gathering transforms into something else entirely within the first few questions. Elira approaches the bound Wera with clinical efficiency that would be admirable if applied to healing rather than causing harm. She tests restraints with thorough attention to detail, ensuring immobilization without circulation loss. Professional work that maintains subject viability for extended questioning. "Name?" she asks conversationally. "Servant of Truth," comes the fevered reply. "Instrument of purification. Tool of the source who cleanses weakness from the world." "Your real name?" "Names are attachments. Attachments are weakness. I am what I must be to serve the cure. The response carries absolute conviction despite obvious madness. He genuinely believes identity is corruption, that selfhood must be sacrificed to achieve ideological purity. Elira exchanges glances with Kareth, communication that excludes Lissa and me completely. Then she produces small knife from her pack, testing the edge against her thumb until blood beads bright red. "Let's discuss your service," she says, with voice carrying patient interest. "Starting with how you found us. The source shows all who truly listen. Your weakness calls across distances. Your disease infects the wind itself." The captive's eyes follow the knife with mixture of anticipation and religious ecstasy. "You think love makes you strong, but it only makes you visible to those who understand truth." Without warning, Elira draws the blade across his forearm, shallow cut that opens skin without damaging muscle. The infected Wyra's response is immediate and telling. Not pain, but disappointment that the cut isn't deeper. He wants it, I realize aloud. Pain confirms his belief somehow. "Suffering purifies," the captive agrees with satisfaction. "Agony burns away delusion. The source teaches this truth to all who accept his guidance." Elira pauses, studying his reaction with growing understanding. Then she sets the knife aside and produces different tool, thin metal rod heated in our fire until it glows cherry red. "Let's try positive reinforcement instead," she says with smile that carries no warmth. The session continues for an hour. Each question met with fevered recitation of ideology. Each answer revealing more about the curse's effects on individual psychology. Each technique teaching Elira methods that have nothing to do with gathering intelligence and everything to do with perfecting control. By the end, she's learned to break through religious madness using approaches that target identity rather than inflicting physical pain. Systematic psychological dismantling that strips away ideological protection to reveal terrified creature beneath. The captive weeps when she finishes, not from pain but from loss of certainty that provided structure to his existence. "Please," he whispers, "let me believe again. I need the source. I need the cure. I can't exist without purpose." Elira studies him with clinical interest. Fascinating. Remove ideology and the personality collapses entirely. Complete dependency on external framework for basic psychological coherence. She's taking notes, mental documentation for future application. The killing, when it comes, happens with brutal efficiency that exceeds tactical necessity by significant margin. Kareth approaches the broken captive with measured pace that suggests deliberate savoring rather than simple execution. No urgency, no regret. Just purposeful movement toward conclusion he's been anticipating throughout the interrogation. "Wait," I begin, though I'm not certain what alternative I want to propose. "For what?" Kareth asks without stopping his advance. He's provided all useful intelligence. Maintaining him serves no tactical purpose. Resources are limited. The logic makes perfect sense while feeling completely wrong. Professional assessment that reduces living being to cost-benefit calculation. But it's not the rationalization that disturbs me. It's the expression on Kareth's face as he kneels beside our captive. Anticipation, hunger, something approaching sexual satisfaction at the prospect of ending life with his own hands. The infected Wyra looks up with eyes that hold desperate hope. The source will welcome me. My service earns reward. Death brings me closer to perfect understanding. "No," Kareth says quietly. "Death just brings silence." His claws find the base of skull with anatomical precision that ensures instant termination. But he doesn't strike quickly. Instead, he applies pressure gradually, savoring each moment of transition from consciousness to void. The captive's eyes widen as realization penetrates ideological protection. No reward awaits. No understanding comes with death. Just ending, brutal and absolute. When the light finally fades, Kareth holds position for a long moment, as if absorbing something from the corpse that only he can perceive. Then he straightens with expression of profound satisfaction. Not relief at eliminating threat. Not grim acceptance of necessary violence. Pure pleasure at having taken life through personal action. Efficient, Elira observes with approval. Clean technique, minimal struggle. Experience teaches proper methods, Kareth agrees, flexing claws that still carry traces of blood. Practice improves performance. They discuss the killing like technical exercise in applied anatomy rather than moral choice with permanent consequences. Professional development rather than taking of life. I watch my friend clean gore from his hands with methodical care, noting satisfaction that radiates from his frame like heat from banked fire. This isn't corruption born of necessity or tactical requirement. This is appetite awakened by opportunity and fed through systematic indulgence. Kareth enjoyed killing, wanted to kill, found fulfillment in the act itself rather than merely accepting violence as unavoidable tool. The realization settles in my chest like swallowed stone. My friend, my ally, my chosen family, has discovered taste for murder that goes beyond strategic thinking or survival necessity. He's becoming something that takes pleasure in ending life. And from the way he looks at the cooling corpse, appetite has only been whetted rather than
Chapter 8. Lissa. Sleep refuses to come despite exhaustion that settles into my bones like winter cold. I lie in my bedroll staring at stars that offer no comfort, mind racing through events that feel like descent into nightmare. The infected Wara's fevered words echo in memory, talk of sources and cures and purification that transforms murder into religious duty. But worse than his madness is the growing certainty that something similar might be happening to us, to Kareth specifically. Has the curse infected him somehow? Not through the mystical consciousness the captive described, but through proximity to violence that feeds appetites I never knew existed. Each act of brutality seems to strengthen something dark in him, while weakening whatever restraints once guided his actions. Beside our banked fire, Kareth and Elira sleep with peaceful expressions that mock my anxiety. They look like the people I've known for years, familiar faces carrying no hint of the transformation I witnessed during today's interrogation and execution. Maybe I'm imagining changes that exist only in paranoid fear. Maybe grief and stress are creating patterns where none actually exist. Maybe the gentle correction they offered earlier was right. I'm too naive to understand harsh necessities of survival. But the memory of satisfaction on Kareth's face while killing refuses to fade. That wasn't grim acceptance of necessary violence. That was pleasure, pure and undisguised. When did my friend develop taste for taking life? The question circles through my mind like trapped bird, finding no answer that provides comfort. So I rise quietly, careful not to disturb the others, and seek solace in movement through forest that holds fewer terrors than the thoughts pursuing me. The place I discovered earlier today lies 1/2 mile from camp. Small meadow surrounded by ancient trees that creates natural sanctuary from the harsh world beyond. Even in darkness, it feels different from surrounding forest. Peaceful in ways that have nothing to do with tactical advantage or defensive position. Just quiet beauty that exists for its own sake, rather than serving practical purpose. I settle on fallen log that provides natural seating, letting silence wash over me like balm for wounds I can't name. Here, surrounded by growing things that know nothing of ideology or corruption, I can almost pretend the last few days were nightmare rather than reality. Almost convince myself that Kaerith's changes are temporary responses to extreme stress rather than permanent transformation into something I don't recognise. Almost believe Elira's clinical cruelty represents adaptive strategy rather than fundamental alteration of everything she once valued. The stars wheel overhead in patterns that predate all human concerns about morality and survival. Constant points of reference that remain unchanged while everything else transforms beyond recognition. I breathe deeply, drawing forest air into lungs that feel cleaner here than anywhere else since we began this hunt. Whatever peace this place offers, I need every fragment I can gather before returning to camp, where questions wait without comfortable answers. For just a few minutes, I can sit in darkness and pretend my friends are still the people I chose as family. The sounds reach me before I see their source, rhythmic, primal, unmistakably human despite the location. Grunts and gasps that speak of physical exertion, of bodies moving together with desperate urgency. At first, my mind refuses to process what I'm hearing. Who would choose this remote clearing for intimate encounter? Who could find passion amid the horror of recent days? But recognition follows quickly, bringing understanding I wish I could reject. I know those voices. Moving with careful stealth learned from too many dangerous situations, I approach through undergrowth that provides concealment while allowing observation. Part of me wants to retreat, to preserve ignorance over devastating knowledge. But larger part needs to see, needs to understand what's happening to the people I thought I knew. The clearing comes into view through gaps in winter foliage, revealing scene that transforms intimate encounter into something else entirely. Kerith and Elira move together with violent passion that borders on combat, their joining more battle than affection. But it's not their savage coupling that freezes my breath in my throat. It's the corpse. The infected wearer from tonight's interrogation hangs pinned to ancient oak through his chest, arms spread wide in grotesque parody of crucifixion. His face has been systematically destroyed, features carved away with artistic precision that turns death into sculpture. Blood covers both my friends like war paint, dark arterial flow that decorates their skin, while they rut beneath their victim's empty gaze. They've made altar of murder, sacrament of violation, communion of corruption that binds them together in ways I cannot comprehend. This isn't love. This isn't even lust. This is ritual, ceremony, sacred act performed in presence of death to seal whatever dark covenant they've made with forces I cannot name. The moon is a leering, swollen eye, and the clearing reeks of sex, blood, and consecrated rot. I should never have come back. But the sounds dragged me here like hooks through my ribs. Kerith has Elira bent over the corpse's dangling legs, the dead wirer still pinned spread-eagle to the oak, chest cracked open, ribs flared like black wings. His ruined face is tilted toward them, jaw torn half off, tongue lolling, eyes long since scooped out and smeared across Elira's breasts like war paint.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 9. Thorin. Morning brings transformation that feels like waking from nightmare into familiar dream. Kerith tends the fire with gentle efficiency I haven't seen since before we found Tuscan and Vicky's bodies. His movements carry none of yesterday's predatory satisfaction, just quiet competence focused on practical tasks. When he speaks to Lissa about rationing supplies, his voice holds warmth that makes the brutal killer from last night seem like fevered hallucination. Coffee, he offers with almost smile that reaches his amber eyes. Found some decent beans in that last trading post. The gesture feels so normal, so perfectly him, that I almost convince myself recent horrors were stress-induced paranoia rather than witnessed reality. This is the Kerith I've known for years. Thoughtful, protective, capable of gentleness despite his massive frame. Elira moves through camp with healer's grace restored, checking minor injuries with professional care that speaks of genuine concern for our well-being. When she examines the shallow cuts across my shoulder from last night's attack, her touch carries the same gentle precision that once taught me to identify medicinal herbs. "These should heal cleanly," she says, applying salve that soothes both flesh and spirit. "No sign of infection. You'll have interesting scars, but no permanent damage." Her smile holds sisterly affection that makes yesterday's clinical cruelty seem impossible. This is the woman who spent hours teaching patients through healing arts, who valued preservation of life over tactical advantage. But it's Lissa's reaction that catches my attention most sharply. Instead of relief at having her friends restored, she watches them both with expression caught between hope and terror, as if their normalcy frightens her more than their corruption ever did. When Kareth offers her share of breakfast with brotherly consideration, she accepts with gratitude that carries undertones of confusion I don't understand. I draw Lissa aside during morning preparations, leading her beyond easy hearing while Kareth and Elira plan the day's reconnaissance with tactical discussion that sounds perfectly reasonable. "What's troubling you?" I ask directly. Centuries of experience reading subtle human expressions tell me something eats at her spirit like slow poison. She glances back toward our companions with look that mixes longing and dread. "Nothing. It's just good to have them back to their normal selves." "Back?" The question hangs between us, loaded with implications neither of us wants to examine. Her choice of words suggests absence rather than momentary lapse, as if the people sharing breakfast were different from those who tortured and executed our captive 12 hours ago. "You know what I mean." But her voice carries uncertainty that undermines the dismissal. "Yesterday was difficult, stressful. People react differently under pressure." "React differently? Or become different people entirely?" She flinches as if I've struck nerve she didn't realize was exposed. They're fine now. Themselves again. That's what matters. But the way she avoids eye contact while speaking suggests knowledge she cannot share, understanding that would sound like madness if spoken aloud. Whatever she witnessed or realized, it's carved out into her certainty about who our friends actually are. "Lissa, really, Thorn, I'm just grateful things feel normal again." Her smile carries forced brightness that highlights rather than conceals underlying anxiety. "Let's not borrow trouble where none exists." The conversation ends with agreement that satisfies neither of us, leaving questions that demand answers I'm not sure I want to discover. But watching Kareth share jokes with Elira while preparing weapons for today's mission, I cannot shake feeling that normalcy itself has become performance. Theater designed to maintain illusion while concealing truth too horrible for comfortable acknowledgement. What happens to people capable of switching between gentle warmth and savage brutality without apparent transition? What does it mean when corruption can be turned on and off like emotion, rather than representing permanent transformation? The uncertainty gnaws at me worse than witnessing obvious evil ever could. The decision to approach Malakor's stronghold alone forms during afternoon watch while the others rest. We've been planning, observing, gathering intelligence for days without taking action that might end this threat permanently. Each delay allows the curse's architect more time to spread his poison, claim additional victims, build monuments to philosophy that sees love as weakness requiring elimination. I'm tired of caution, tired of watching friends transform into strangers. Tired of uncertainty that makes every interaction feel like walking through minefield, where familiar faces conceal explosive surprises. Better to act decisively than continue slow descent into madness that seems to claim us all by degrees. The approach requires 2 hours of careful movement through terrain that offers excellent concealment for someone with centuries of survival experience. Ancient trees provide cover while mountain acoustics mask sounds that might reveal my presence to supernatural senses. The Bone Cathedral appears through winter foliage exactly as memory preserved, skull-decorated entrance to cave system that houses architects of systematic genocide. Malakor's monument to ideology that transforms murder into religious duty. But from closer vantage point, Details emerge that previous reconnaissance missed. The skull collection shows recent additions. Fresh bones that haven't weathered like earlier trophies. Evidence that hunting continues despite our surveillance, that additional couples have been eliminated while we planned and debated and gathered intelligence. More death while we delayed action. More love destroyed while we sought perfect tactical solution. The realization hardens whatever remains of conscience into weapon focused on single purpose, ending the source before it spreads further corruption. My observation post provides excellent view of cave entrance while remaining concealed behind granite outcrop that blocks direct line of sight from the stronghold. For nearly an hour, I document patterns of movement that reveal operational security measures. Beta emerges twice to gather firewood, moving with confident familiarity that speaks of months spent perfecting defensive routines. The broken dark elf, Saulo, maintains weapons with mechanical precision that suggests systematic conditioning rather than natural skill. Standard surveillance, professional observation of enemy capabilities designed to inform tactical planning. Then Saulo's head snaps toward my position with sudden alertness that freezes my blood. For heartbeat that stretches like eternity, we stare at each other across distance that provides no protection from enhanced senses I forgot to account for. His eyes hold no intelligence, no personality, just mechanical awareness that threat exists in specific direction. But awareness proves sufficient. "Mistress," he calls without emotion, voice carrying clearly across open space. "Observer, northeast ridge. Concealment insufficient." Beta appears at cave mouth instantly, following his gaze with predatory focus that finds me despite careful positioning. When our eyes meet, her smile carries recognition that transforms surveillance into personal challenge. "Malachor!" she calls into cave depths, voice pitched to carry without apparent effort. "We have visitors. Come say hello." Panic floods my system like ice water breaking through Winter Lake. Discovery means confrontation before tactical preparation is complete. Engagement with enemies who know terrain while I remain exposed on unfamiliar ground. I bolt. Ancient instincts override rational thought as I flee through forest that provides concealment while offering multiple escape routes. Behind me, sounds of pursuit begin immediately. Coordinated movement that speaks of practiced efficiency in tracking fleeing prey. They've done this before, often. The chase leads through terrain that grows increasingly hostile as I gain distance from their stronghold while losing familiarity with local geography. What began as tactical withdrawal becomes desperate flight through wilderness that offers hiding places for someone who knows where to find them. But knowledge requires time I don't possess. Each minute extends the gap between safety and capture, while unknown terrain eliminates advantages centuries of survival should provide. By the time I reach camp, gasping and wild-eyed with adrenaline still flooding my system, one truth has crystallized with absolute certainty. The architects of the curse know we're here. Our surveillance has been detected. The element of surprise that might have provided tactical advantage is gone. Whatever action we take now must account for enemies who are prepared, alerted, and approaching with systematic intent to eliminate the threat we represent. The hunt has begun, but we may no longer be the hunters.
Chapter 10. Lissa. Thorin crashes through our camp like avalanche-given flesh, his massive frame radiating panic that transforms afternoon quiet into immediate crisis. "They're coming!" he gasps, amber eyes wild with adrenaline that speaks of narrow escape from mortal danger. "Pack everything! We have minutes at most!" Kerith springs to his feet with fluid motion that transforms rest into readiness without transition. "Who's coming? How many?" "The Shameborn." Thorin's voice carries harmonics of terror I've never heard from him before. "Malachor, he knows we're here. They detected my surveillance." The confession hits camp like physical blow. Our careful planning, our strategic patience, our tactical advantage, all shattered by impulsive action that exposed us before we were ready. "You went alone." Elira's voice cuts through chaos with surgical precision, without consultation, without backup. "I wanted to end this. We've been sitting here planning while he kills more couples, spreads more corruption. You wanted glory, Kerith interrupts with tone that could freeze summer rivers. Personal satisfaction over tactical necessity, and now your foolishness will get us all killed. The accusation hangs between them, like blade drawn in anger. Friendship fracturing under pressure that reveals fundamental differences in how they view leadership, responsibility, survival itself. We have to fight, Thorin insists with desperate conviction. It's now or never. Running just delays inevitable confrontation while giving them every advantage. We have to leave, Kerith corrects with authority that brooks no argument. Immediately, before they establish perimeter that prevents escape. Listen to him, I interject, seeing disaster approaching if they continue arguing while precious seconds slip away. Thorin, please. But my support for Kerith's tactical assessment only fuels Thorin's anger. His eyes flash with betrayal that cuts deeper than enemy action ever could. You too, he snarls, taking his side over basic survival instinct. The argument dies as something inhuman crashes through tree line with violence that speaks of predatory intelligence freed from all restraint. Saulo erupts into our camp, like nightmare given flesh, his broken beauty transformed into weapon of systematic terror. Armour crafted from metal spikes covers his torso, each point sharpened to surgical edge, the whole assembly designed to turn his body into instrument of maximum damage. In his hands, a club studded with nails that gleam like steel stars in afternoon light. Weapon meant for crushing rather than cutting, for prolonged agony rather than quick death. But it's his eyes that freeze my blood completely, no longer empty servitude or mechanical obedience. Instead, they burn with fanatical devotion that transforms torture into religious duty. Whatever programming Beda used to break him has been redirected towards single purpose: eliminate threats to his master's vision. Weak ones, he hisses through lips curved in smile that holds no sanity. Diseased ones who spread corruption through bond sickness, time for cure. Dark elf magic crackles around his free hand, energy that builds with audible hum while reality itself seems to bend away from gathering power. This isn't simple physical confrontation. This is supernatural assault by creature who possesses abilities we cannot match through conventional resistance. The bolt of pure darkness launches toward Elira with precision that suggests extensive practice targeting human opponents. Death incarnate seeking her heart with supernatural accuracy that makes dodging seem impossible. Kerith moves without conscious thought, his massive frame intercepting attack meant for her destruction. The magic strikes his shoulder with sound like breaking bone, spinning him aside while dark energy dissipates in flashes that leave after images burned against retina. Run, he shouts through pain that would paralyze lesser beings. All of you, now. Terror gives our legs wings as we flee through forest that offers concealment while providing multiple escape routes. Behind us, Saulo's laughter echoes through bare branches. Sound that holds no humour, only predatory satisfaction of hunter closing on wounded prey. His pursuit moves with supernatural efficiency that suggests tracking abilities enhanced beyond natural limits. Kerith runs beside me despite injury that should cripple his left arm, adrenaline and desperation overriding damage that bleeds through his fingers. Elira matches our pace with healer's endurance, while Thorin leads through terrain he knows better than any of us. But our coordination cannot overcome supernatural pursuit, enhanced by magic we don't understand. Saulo gains ground with each 100 yards, his enhanced speed closing distance while his laughter grows closer, more intimate, more certain of eventual capture. Split up, Thorin calls over his shoulder. Make him choose targets. No, Kerith responds with absolute authority. Together we might survive. Separated, we're guaranteed casualties. The tactical debate continues while precious energy flows into argument rather than escape. Strategic thinking versus survival instinct, careful planning opposed by desperate improvisation. I focus on maintaining pace while avoiding roots and fallen branches that could end flight through simple carelessness. One stumble means capture. One mistake means whatever fate Saulo has been programmed to deliver. But concentration on immediate terrain betrays awareness of larger dangers. My foot catches twisted root hidden beneath winter leaves, sending me sprawling across frozen ground with impact that drives breath from lungs in explosive gasp. Pain flares bright and sharp through ankle that twisted wrong during fall. But worse than injury is realization that pursuit has stopped. Forest falls silent, except for my own laboured breathing and distant sounds of my friends continuing their flight without awareness that I'm no longer following. Finally, Saulo says conversationally from position directly above me. I roll onto my back to find him standing with casual confidence that speaks of hunt concluded successfully. His armour gleams with reflected sunlight, while the spiked club rests easily in grip, that shows no strain from extended chase. They'll come back for me, I manage through pain and terror that makes my voice sound like strangers. Will they? His smile carries genuine curiosity. Or will survival instinct override sentiment when they realise pursuit has ended? Interesting test of bond strength versus self-preservation. Before I can respond, his free hand begins gathering dark energy that builds with malevolent purpose. Not lethal magic, something else. Something that makes reality itself seem malleable around gathering power. Time to discover what mistress has planned for corrupted female who spreads bond sickness through example. His voice carries anticipation that transforms capture into entertainment. She has such creative approaches to purification. The magic reaches critical mass with sound like tearing silk amplified beyond endurance. World tilts sideways as supernatural forces grip my consciousness, while physical reality blurs into incomprehensible patterns. When darkness claims me, his laughter follows into void that swallows awareness completely. I wake in restraints that hold me immobile while unfamiliar voices discuss my future in clinical terms that reduce me to experimental subject rather than human being. Whatever education awaits, it begins now, and my friends have no idea where this creature has taken me.
Chapter 11. Thorin. I turn at the sound of impact behind me, branches breaking, body hitting frozen ground, just in time to see the world tear itself apart in flash of darkness that burns itself into my retinas. The magic erupts like inverse lightning, shadow-given substance and weight that bends reality around its impossible geometry. For heartbeat that stretches into eternity, I watch supernatural forces swallow the space where Lissa fell, consuming her along with everything else within arm's reach of that twisted power. Then nothing. Silence so complete it feels like physical pressure against eardrums. Forest holding its breath in aftermath of violation that doesn't belong in natural world. I race back through undergrowth that tears at clothing and exposed skin, ancient terror driving me toward disaster. I'm already too late to prevent. Branches whip across my face while roots catch at boots that pound against earth with desperate rhythm. The clearing where she fell lies empty except for disturbed leaves and faint scent of ozone that speaks of magic recently discharged. No blood, no signs of struggle, no indication of which direction pursuit might have continued. Just absence where person should be, void where Lissa's presence was stolen by forces I don't understand. From somewhere in forest depths comes sound that freezes my blood, laughter carrying harmonics of satisfied predator who's claimed prize worth the extended hunt. But direction proves impossible to determine, sound seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Echo enhanced by supernatural means, designed to confuse rather than inform. Psychological warfare that transforms successful capture into additional weapon against those who escaped. I spin in desperate circles, searching for trail that doesn't exist, following scents that lead nowhere, pursuing sounds that fade the moment I try to locate their source. She's gone, taken by creature whose abilities exceed anything we prepared to face. And it's my fault. My impatience. My need for action over strategic planning. My foolishness has cost us family. You did this! The voice comes from directly behind me, carrying cold fury that makes winter wind seem warm by comparison. I turn to find Kareth emerging from tree line with expression carved from granite and hatred. Blood still seeps through fingers pressed against shoulder, where dark magic tore through flesh, but pain only seems to intensify rage that radiates from his frame like heat from forge fire. Your foolishness, he continues with voice that could cut steel. Your impatience. Your arrogant assumption that personal glory matters more than tactical planning. Each word hits like physical blow, accurate enough to penetrate defenses I try to maintain against truth, too painful for easy acceptance. He's right. Everything that's happened traces back to my decision to approach the stronghold without consultation or backup. Do you know what they'll do to her? His question carries undertones that make my stomach clench with horrified anticipation. Do you understand what fate your stupidity has delivered to someone we swore to protect? The accusations pour from him like blood from opened vein, justified, necessary, unbearable in their accuracy. I want to argue, to deflect responsibility, to claim circumstances beyond my control, forced impossible choices. But denial crumbles before simple truth. Lissa suffered capture because I chose individual action over collective planning, because I prioritized personal satisfaction over group survival, because I let emotion override centuries of hard-won wisdom about patience and preparation. I know, I managed through throat that feels stuffed with broken glass. I know it's my fault, but we can't change what happened. We can only focus on getting her back. Getting her back? His laugh holds no humor, only bitter recognition of delusion too comfortable to abandon. From where? Using what resources? Following what trail through supernatural concealment? We have to try. We have to survive, he corrects with absolute finality, which means cutting losses before additional mistakes compound disaster into complete catastrophe. You have to help me, I say, desperation stripping away pride that normally prevents such naked vulnerability. Please, Kareth. She's family. She's like a sister to your mate. You can't just abandon her. For a moment that stretches like held breath, something flickers in his amber eyes. Recognition of bonds that transcended simple alliance, acknowledgement that Lissa means more than tactical asset, requiring cost-benefit analysis. The warrior who once fought beside me through impossible odds considers request that appeals to loyalty over logic, love over strategic necessity. Old Kareth, the one who valued protection above efficiency, almost surfaces through layers of corruption that grief has built around his heart. I see the moment he nearly agrees, the instant when sentiment threatens to override calculation, when emotional bonds almost triumph over practical assessment of impossible circumstances. No. Elira's voice cuts through hesitation with surgical precision. She emerges from concealment with expression that holds no uncertainty, no internal conflict, no traces of the healer who once valued preservation of life above tactical advantage. Just cold assessment that reduces rescue attempt to unacceptable risk. Absolutely not, she continues with authority that expects immediate compliance. Her gaze finds Kareth with communication that excludes me completely, understanding between them that transcends words while making my exclusion absolute. She's right, he says quietly, and I watch the last traces of old loyalty die in his eyes. Lissa is gone. Attempting rescue serves no purpose except providing another chance for them to kill us all. This is why, Thorin, he says with voice carrying discovery rather than lecture. This is exactly why. Why what? Why the Shameborn is winning, he replies. His hand gestures toward empty clearing, but not with clinical detachment, with appreciation for lesson taught through brutal efficiency. She's family. She is your family, Thorin. You need to understand that. My mate stands here proud and free because my first thoughts are for her, not for yours. You are infected, I state. Really? Is that what you think? No, I am more than that. We have mates, Thorin, ones we stick our hoods in, he says. Ones who do what they are told, ones that we protect at all costs. We are monsters made from bone. Nothing more, I ask. You need to realize why you lost your mate, and not blame others for your failures, he tells me. I turn to Elira. She sees you as a sister. A sister cannot be a protector, only a master can, Elira replies. This is why love dies, Kareth says. Not because it's wrong, but because we lose the nature of its meaning.
Chapter 12. Lissa. Consciousness returns like drowning in reverse, harsh, unwelcome, dragging me up from merciful darkness into a reality I'm not ready to face. My body hangs suspended, arms stretched above my head, wrists bound in iron shackles that bite into my skin. Naked, vulnerable. The cold air raises goosebumps across my flesh, but the chill is nothing compared to the ice that settles in my stomach as I take in my surroundings. This isn't a cave. It's a cathedral. Walls of skull and bone rise around me, stretching up into shadows that the firelight can't reach. Femurs and rib cages form twisted architecture, creating arches and buttresses that mock any holy place I've ever seen. The skulls stare down at me with hollow sockets. Human, wearer, dark elf, species I can't even identify. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all watching, all judging. At the centre of the chamber sits a massive stone slab, dark with stains I don't want to identify. Heavy chains hang from its corners, their metal links worn smooth by use. Around it, small pedestals form a perfect circle, each one carved from what looks like a single massive bone. The craftsmanship is exquisite and horrifying. These aren't crude altars, but carefully designed furniture for whatever rituals happen here. A fire roars in an enormous hearth carved into the far wall, casting dancing shadows that make the skull walls seem to move and shift. The flames are wrong somehow, too bright, too hungry, consuming wood that crackles with sounds like breaking bones. The heat should be comforting after the mountain cold, but instead it feels predatory, like being warmed by something that plans to devour me. But it's the smell that makes my stomach lurch. Blood, yes. Old blood soaked deep into stone and bone until it's become part of the architecture itself. But underneath that copper tang is something else. Something musky and intimate and obscene. Sex. Raw, animal coupling mixed with pain and fear until I can't tell where pleasure ends and torment begins. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the bone cathedral. One set confident and measured, the other uneven and eager. I crane my neck toward the entrance, my heart hammering so hard I'm sure it can be heard over the crackling fire. She enters like a queen holding court. Beda flows into the chamber draped in robes of deep purple and black that seem to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. The fabric moves like liquid shadow around her form, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of pale skin underneath. Her beauty is undeniable and utterly wrong, perfect features arranged in an expression of serene cruelty, dark hair falling in waves around shoulders that should belong to a goddess, not a monster. Behind her, connected by a leather leash, stumbles the thing that was once Saulo. I've heard stories of dark elves, their ethereal beauty, their predatory grace. This creature bears no resemblance to those tales. Naked and scarred, he moves with the jerky enthusiasm of a broken toy, his movements equal parts eager and unnatural. Where his groin should be, there's only a smooth hollow of scar tissue, the castration so complete it looks almost surgical. But it's his expression that makes my stomach turn. Not the blank stare of the truly broken, but the bright, terrible excitement of something that has found purpose in its own destruction. Isn't she an exquisite little woman, Saulo? Beda's voice is honey over broken glass, sweet and cutting all at once. The thing that was Saulo lurches forward with a hungry whine, but Beda jerks the leash short. He stumbles backward, practically dancing with frustrated desire. Easy, elf. You'll get your chance to taste her. A whimper escapes my throat. The sound seems to please them both. Beda's lips curve in a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, while Saulo bounces on his toes like an excited child. The crack of Beda's palm across my cheek explodes through the chamber. My head snaps to the side, stars bursting behind my eyes. Saulo makes a sound of pure delight, pressing against his leash as if the violence feeds something deep inside him. "Come, Saulo," Beda purrs, her voice rich with promise. "Let us show her what education means." Saulo claps his hands together and actually jumps with glee, his hollow groin making the movement grotesque. This is what they've made of him, not just a victim, but an enthusiastic participant in his own degradation. And I hope that I am not next. I hope that at any moment Thorin and Kerith will come smashing into the world and tear these two beasts apart. "Up, boy." Saulo leaps onto the pedestal in a single fluid motion, landing on all fours and then rising tall, spine straight, chest proud. The collar stays. He is trusted, but never free. He plants his feet wide, thighs trembling with eagerness, and waits like a statue carved from devotion. Beda turns to the roaring fire. She lifts both arms, palms forward, and speaks words that hurt to hear. Old wearer twisted through dark elf cadences, syllables that scrape the inside of my skull like claws on slate. The fire answers. It surges higher, white turning to searing red, and she reaches in. Her hand does not burn. She draws forth a thing that should not exist, a thick phallic bone the length of a man's forearm, carved from some massive femur, and glowing cherry red from crown to root. Veins of molten heat pulse beneath the surface. It steams in the cold air, yet her fingers close around it without blister or scream. Saulo's breath hitches. His scarred chest heaves. His hollow groin weeps clear fluid in anticipation.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
For the first time since they entered, he truly sees me, and smiles with all his broken teeth. Beda pushes herself up on shaking arms, turns her head toward me, cheeks flushed, eyes glazed with afterglow and promise. "Class has only just begun," she whispers, voice raw from screaming, "and you'll be such an eager student." The fire roars higher as if in agreement, and I realize no one is coming to save me.
Chapter 13. Thorin. I've been crouched in the same position for hours, muscles locked in perfect stillness, while my heart hammers against my ribs. The bone cathedral looms before me, its skull-decorated entrance yawning like the mouth of some primordial beast. No sound has emerged from those depths for what feels like an eternity. No screams, no voices, nothing but the whisper of wind through empty eye sockets. Lissa is in there. Somewhere in that monument to death. They have her. Every fiber of my being screams at me to move, to charge through that entrance with claws extended and heartlight blazing. The hunger gnaws at my gut, feeding on my rage and desperation, begging to be unleashed on whoever dared touch what's mine. But centuries of experience hold me frozen in place. Patience has kept me alive when younger, more impulsive Wyra have died. Patience might be her only chance. But patience feels like cowardice when the woman I've sworn to protect is trapped in that charnel house. I think of Kerith, and bile rises in my throat. He would calculate the odds. weigh her life against his own survival, probably conclude that rescue carries too much risk for too little strategic gain. That cold, tactical thinking that's consuming him would let him walk away from this cave with barely a backward glance. I am not Kareth. I will never be Kareth. The silence stretches on, broken only by the distant crack of settling stone and the ever-present wind. My muscles ache from motionlessness, but I don't dare shift position. One wrong move, one careless sound, and we're both dead. When the silence has stretched so long, I'm beginning to fear they've already killed her. I move. Each step is calculated, placed with the precision of a predator who knows that noise means death. The entrance swallows me into darkness that would blind a human but poses no challenge to Wyra eyes. The smell hits me immediately. Blood and sex and rot so thick I can taste it on the back of my tongue. My stomach churns, but I force myself forward. The bone architecture is worse up close. Femurs and rib cages form twisted columns that stretch up into shadow, while thousands of skulls stare down at me with hollow accusation. Human, Wyra, dark elf. An entire graveyard's worth of death crafted into obscene art. Each one was someone's mate, someone's child, someone's hope for the future. All of them failed to escape this place. All of them died here. I won't let Lissa join them. The tunnel branches splitting into multiple passages that honeycomb the mountain. I pause, testing the air for her scent, trying to separate her familiar warmth from the overwhelming reek of death. There, faint but unmistakable, leading deeper into the cathedral's heart. I follow it like a bloodhound, every sense straining for signs of guards or traps. The architecture grows grander as I penetrate deeper, bone pillars giving way to vast chambers carved from living rock. Ancient Wyra craftsmanship mixed with recent additions, fresh skulls mounted on walls still wet with blood, new bones incorporated into existing structures. This isn't just a stronghold, it's a living temple to death itself. The passage opens into a massive chamber, and my heart stops. She hangs suspended in a cage of black iron, chains keeping her prison elevated 20 feet above the ritual chamber floor. Even from this distance, I can see she's alive, the slight rise and fall of her chest, the way her head turns at some sound I can't hear. But she's naked, vulnerable, trapped in a position that turns rescue into a nightmare. The chamber below is a killing floor. Stone slabs stained dark with old blood, carved channels to direct the flow, altars positioned for maximum suffering. This is where they bring their victims. This is where education happens. Getting to her means crossing open ground under the cage. No cover, no concealment. And even if I reach her, getting her down will take time. Time we won't have once they discover the breach. I could retreat. Find Kareth and Elira, convince them to mount a proper assault with better odds. It's the tactical choice, the smart choice, the choice that might actually succeed. It's also the choice that abandons Lissa to whatever they have planned. Kareth would weigh the probabilities, calculate acceptable losses, choose the path that preserves the most valuable assets, himself and Elira, while cutting away dead weight. He's become that kind of creature, capable of cold equations that balance lives like numbers. I look up at her cage, at the woman who chose to bind herself to a monster like me, who trusted her life to my protection, who never deserved to pay the price for my failures. The choice isn't really a choice at all. I'm going to die here. The odds of getting her out alive are minimal, and my own survival is essentially zero. They'll hunt us through these tunnels, and even if we reach open ground, we'll be pursued by creatures who know this territory better than we do. But I'd rather die trying to save her than live with the knowledge that I abandoned her. I move with the fluid grace of a lifetime predator, flowing from shadow to shadow as I approach the chamber's edge. The cage hangs directly above the central altar, suspended by chains that disappear into darkness overhead. Getting her down will require climbing those chains, exposed, vulnerable, making myself a perfect target for anyone who enters the chamber. Up close, I can see the damage they've done. Bruises mark her skin, and there's a hollow look in her eyes that speaks of horrors witnessed. But she's whole. She's alive. And when she sees me crouched at the chamber's edge, hope flickers across her features like candlelight. I raise one finger to my lips and she nods understanding. No words, no sound that might carry to whatever guards lurk in the passages beyond. The chains are old iron, worn smooth by age and use. They'll hold my weight, but climbing them will take precious seconds. Seconds where discovery means death for both of us. I test the nearest link, feeling how it takes my weight, calculating the best route to her prison. The lock on her cage is simple, meant to contain a weakened human, not stop a determined Wyra. I could break it easily enough if I can reach it. If I can reach it without getting us both killed. I gather myself for the leap, muscles coiled like springs. Once I leave this ledge, there's no turning back. Lissa watches me with absolute trust, and I realize that whatever happens next, whatever the cost, I'm still the creature she bonded with, still the protector she chose, still worthy of that faith, even if it kills us both. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 14. Lissa. I watch Thorin gather himself on the ledge below, every muscle coiled for the impossible leap to my cage. 20 feet of empty air stretches between us, 20 feet that might as well be a chasm. If he misses, if the chains don't hold, if he makes even the slightest sound, we're both dead. His amber heartlight pulses once, soft and reassuring, then goes completely dark as he suppresses it. The chamber plunges into absolute blackness just as he launches himself into space. For a heartbeat that lasts forever, he's airborne, a massive shadow against deeper shadows, defying gravity through pure will and centuries of predatory grace. Then his claws find the iron chains with barely a whisper of contact, and he's climbing toward me with fluid precision. Hand over hand, link by link, he ascends through the darkness while my heart hammers against my ribs. Each second feels like an eternity where discovery means death. But he moves like liquid shadow, every motion perfectly controlled despite the urgency thrumming through the air between us. When he reaches my cage, his claws make quick work of the simple lock. The mechanism gives way with barely a click, and then his hands are on me. Warm, solid, real after hours of nightmare. He lifts me from the iron prison with infinite gentleness, and for one precious moment pressed against his chest, I feel safe. "Can you climb?" he whispers, his voice barely breath against my ear. I nod, though my limbs shake with exhaustion and trauma. His heartlight pulses soft amber, worry and determination mixed together. For a moment, suspended 20 feet above certain death, I allow myself to believe this nightmare might actually end. Then voices echo from the passages beyond, and our moment of reunion shatters like glass. "The human's cage is empty." The voice carries through stone corridors with the clarity of fury. Malachor. Even distorted by distance and rage, His roar makes my blood freeze. Find them! Thorin's heartlight flares white hot, then dims to nothing as he suppresses it completely. We're invisible in the darkness above the chamber, but not for long. Heavy footsteps thunder through the tunnels, growing closer with each second. Down, he breathes against my ear. Fast and silent. He goes first, controlling his descent to minimize noise, while I follow as quickly as my shaking limbs allow. My bare feet hit stone just as torchlight begins to flicker in the entrance passages. We have seconds before they flood this chamber. Thorin's hand closes around mine, and suddenly we're moving. Not the desperate scramble I expected, but the controlled flight of an apex predator who knows exactly how dangerous he is. He pulls me through shadows I can barely see, navigating by senses I don't possess, while behind us the chamber erupts in shouted orders and spreading light. Search every passage! They can't have gone far! Beda's voice joins the hunt, sweet venom that makes my skin crawl. Bring me the wearer's head, but I want the girl alive. We're not finished with her education. The cold certainty in her tone spurs us faster through the bone cathedral's twisted arteries. Thorin knows these passages somehow, or maybe he's just that good at reading terrain. We climb when the path rises, descend when it falls, always moving away from the growing cacophony behind us. But they're gaining ground. I can hear it in the way their voices grow clearer, see it in the way torchlight begins to penetrate the tunnels ahead of us. They know this place. We're just guessing. There! A voice echoes from somewhere too close, followed by the scrape of claws on stone. Movement in the northern passage. We run. All pretense of stealth abandoned, Thorin and I race through corridors lined with the dead, their empty sockets watching our flight with hollow judgment. My feet slip on smooth bone fragments, sending me stumbling into walls decorated with rib cages and skulls. Thorin catches me each time, his strength the only thing keeping me upright. Behind us, pursuit thunders closer. Not just Malachor and Beda, but others, converted Waiara drawn by the hunt, their heartlights creating a constellation of malevolent stars in the darkness behind us. I can hear Saulo among them, his broken voice raised in wordless excitement at the chase. This way! Thorin yanks me down a side passage so narrow his shoulders scrape the walls. The corridor climbs steeply, carved steps worn smooth by centuries of use. My lungs burn, but I force my legs to keep moving. Better to collapse from exhaustion in the forest than die in this charnel house. The passage opens onto a ledge overlooking a vast cavern. Far below, more bone structures stretch into shadow, an entire city of the dead carved into the mountain's heart. But ahead, blessed and beautiful, I can see stars through a natural opening in the stone. Jump, Thorin says. And before I can process what he means, he's already moving. We leap together into empty space, his arms wrapped around me as we plummet toward the cavern floor. He takes the impact on his legs, absorbing the shock that would shatter my bones. Then we're running again across the Bone City's twisted streets. Shouts echo behind us as our pursuers realize where we've gone. Torchlight begins to bob in the cavern's heights as they spread out to cut off our escape routes. But the opening grows larger with each step, and the smell of pine forest reaches my nostrils like a promise. We burst from the cave mouth into star-filled darkness, and I've never been happier to feel cold mountain air against my skin. Thorin doesn't pause, doesn't let me catch my breath. He lifts me in his arms like I weigh nothing and begins to run. Not the desperate flight of prey, but the ground-eating lope of a predator in his element. The forest swallows us in blessed shadow. Pine boughs whip past my face as Thorin navigates by instincts older than civilization. Behind us, voices fade as the bone cathedral disgorges its hunters onto the mountainside. But they're searching blind now, while Thorin knows exactly where he's going. He runs for what feels like hours, carrying me through terrain that would challenge an experienced hiker. Up ridges, down valleys, across streams that cut through the darkness with silver threads, always moving away from pursuit, always choosing the paths that leave the least trace. When the mountain that holds the bone cathedral is nothing but a distant shadow against the stars, he stops beside a small clearing sheltered by ancient pines. He sets me down gently, his breath coming in controlled pants that speak of exertion held in check. "We're safe," he says, his voice rough with emotion. "For now." I collapse against him, finally allowing myself to truly believe we escaped. His arms close around me with infinite tenderness, and his heart-light pulses soft gold, relief and love and fierce protectiveness all mixed together. "They'll come after us," I whisper against his chest. "Let them." His voice carries the promise of violence, the quiet certainty of a creature who's spent centuries learning how to kill. "I won't let them take you again." In the distance, barely audible, hunting cries echo across the mountains. Malakor's forces, spreading out to search for us. But for this moment, wrapped in Thorin's arms beneath a canopy of stars, I'm exactly where I belong. They can hunt all they want. They'll never take me alive again.
Chapter 15. Thorin. Lissa shivers against me despite the warmth of our bodies pressed together, and I realize with growing urgency just how vulnerable she still is. Naked, exhausted, traumatized, her human fragility laid bare in ways that make my protective instincts roar to life. The night air carries the bite of mountain cold, and without clothing or shelter, exposure could kill her as surely as any enemy blade. I gather moss and fallen leaves, creating a makeshift bed beneath the largest pine's protective canopy. She watches me work with hollow eyes that have seen too much, her arms wrapped around herself in a futile attempt to preserve warmth. When I settle her onto the soft bedding and cover her with my own body heat, she melts against me with desperate gratitude. But this isn't enough, won't be enough. She needs clothes, real food, proper shelter from the elements. All the things that civilization provides and the wilderness denies. I've spent centuries surviving on nothing but what I could hunt and kill, but Lissa isn't built for that kind of existence. Her body requires comforts that love alone cannot provide. "I have to leave," I murmur against her hair, feeling how she tenses at the words. "Not far, not long, but you need things I can't find in the forest." She pulls back to look at me, fear flickering across her features. "Don't leave me here alone." The plea cuts straight through my heart, but necessity is a harsh master. "I'll be back before dawn, I promise. But if I don't get you proper clothing and food, the cold will finish what they started." She nods, understanding even if she doesn't like it. Trust. Even after everything she's endured, she still trusts me to return. The weight of that faith settles on my shoulders like a mantle I'm not sure I deserve. I kiss her forehead, memorizing her scent and the feel of her skin against mine. Then I rise, every instinct screaming against leaving her vulnerable and alone. I travel in widening circles from our sanctuary, following game trails and old paths that speak of human habitation somewhere in these mountains. The scent comes first, wood smoke and cooking meat carried on the night wind. Then the glow of firelight filtering through trees, warm and welcoming against the darkness. The tavern sits in a small clearing, probably built to serve travelers crossing the mountain passes. A single-story building of rough timber and stone, with light spilling from windows and the sound of voices drifting through the night air. Horses stamp in the small stable attached to one side, while smoke rises from the chimney in a steady gray plume. I circle the building, counting occupants by scent and sound. 6 humans inside, 3 men, 2 women, 1 child. The tavern keeper's family probably, along with a pair of late travelers seeking shelter from the mountain cold. Innocent people living innocent lives, unaware that death watches them from the tree line. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent decades learning to be more than the monster my nature demands. Found love. Found purpose beyond the hunger. Lissa helped teach me that strength doesn't require cruelty, that power doesn't demand suffering. But tonight, cruelty and suffering are exactly what she needs. I watch through the windows as they go about their evening routines. The keeper's wife tends the fire while her husband cleans mugs behind the bar. The child, a girl of maybe 8, sits at a table working on some simple needlework by lamplight. The travelers share a meal and quiet conversation, planning their route for tomorrow. None of them will see tomorrow. It's not personal. It's not rage or hatred, or the twisted pleasure that drives creatures like Malachor and Beta. It's simple, cold necessity. They have what Lissa needs, and I will take it from them, just as I've taken everything else I've ever required to survive. I don't give them the chance to scream. The door splinters under my weight, and I'm among them before they can process what's happening. My claws open the keeper's throat in a spray of crimson, while his wife's mouth is still forming the shape of her first shriek. The travelers reach for weapons they'll never draw, their reflexes no match for centuries of predatory evolution. The child doesn't run, doesn't cry, just stares at me with wide eyes as her world dissolves into nightmare. For a moment, looking into those innocent features, I hesitate. Then I remember Lissa shivering in the forest, naked and exposed to elements that could kill her, and my claws complete their work. It's over in seconds. 6 lives ended with surgical efficiency, their blood painting the tavern's warm interior in abstract patterns of red. The fire continues to crackle in the hearth, indifferent to the slaughter, while outside the horses whinny nervously at the scent of death. I search through their belongings with methodical thoroughness. The keeper's wife was roughly Lissa's size. Her dress will serve, along with a warm cloak and sturdy boots. From the kitchen I take dried meat, cheese, bread, anything that will keep. Blankets from the sleeping quarters, a water skin, everything my mate needs to survive. When I'm done, the tavern looks like a butcher's shop, but the supplies I've gathered will keep Lissa alive until we can find more permanent shelter. That's all that matters. That's all that's ever mattered. I don't feel guilt. Can't afford to. Guilt is a luxury for creatures who have other options, and I exhausted those the moment Lissa was taken. These people died so she could live, and that exchange will always be worthwhile. Dawn is still hours away when I slip back into our sanctuary, arms loaded with the fruits of necessary violence. Lissa stirs beneath the covering of leaves and moss, her eyes finding mine in the darkness. Relief floods her features when she sees I've returned, just as I promised. I brought you clothes, I say softly, settling beside her with my stolen treasures. Food, blankets, everything you need. She sits up, accepting the dress I offer with grateful hands. It's simple homespun, nothing fancy, but it will shield her from the cold and preserve her modesty. As she pulls it over her head, I spread out the food I've gathered, more than we can eat tonight, enough to sustain us for days if necessary. "Where did you get all this?" she asks, though something in her voice suggests she already knows. I meet her gaze directly, offering no apologies or justifications. A tavern, about 5 miles south. Understanding passes between us in the silence that follows. She knows what I am, what I've always been beneath the veneer of civilization. Tonight she's seeing the full cost of my protection, the price I'm willing to pay to keep her safe. "How many?" she whispers. 6. She nods, accepting this revelation with the same quiet strength that helped her survive the Bone Cathedral. No condemnation, no horror, just acknowledgement of what love requires in a world that offers no easy choices. "Thank you," she says finally, and the words carry more weight than any blessing or absolution. I pull her against me, breathing in her scent, now mixed with the cotton and wool of her borrowed clothing. 6 people died tonight for the contents of a dress and some travel food. Tomorrow I'd kill 60 more if that's what keeping her alive required. That's the difference between me and Kareth. He's learned to kill for ideology, for grand visions of the future. I kill for much simpler reasons. I kill for love.
Chapter 16. Lissa. The fire is low, just embers now, but the heat between us is fierce. Thorin's hands are everywhere, rough, reverent, shaking with the same desperation that's been clawing at my insides since the Bone Cathedral. We haven't spoken in hours. Words feel too small for what we survived, for what we still have to survive. All that's left is skin and breath and the frantic need to prove we're still alive, still ours. I straddle his lap on the bed of moss and pine needles, the borrowed dress already torn open down the front. His claws shredded it the moment I kissed him, careful even in hunger not to cut me. The fabric hangs off my shoulders like surrender. Moonlight spills through the branches above us, silvering the scars on his chest, the blood still crusted under his nails from the tavern. I don't care where it came from. Tonight it's the price of my heartbeat, and I will pay it gladly.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. I'm crying, I realize dimly. Not from pain, from the overwhelming certainty that I'm his and he's mine, and nothing, not Malachor, not Beda, not the entire rotting world, will ever take that away again. He presses his face into my hair, breathing me in like I'm the only oxygen left on earth. I love you, he whispers, voice cracked open and raw. Love you so much it terrifies me. I turn in his arms, kiss him slow and deep, tasting salt and pine and us. I know, I whisper back. Me too. We stay like that until dawn creeps pale through the trees, tangled, sticky, branded inside and out. When the first rays touch us, his heartlight flares once more, softer this time. A promise. Whatever comes next, whatever horrors wait beyond these trees, we'll face them together. Covered in each other, claimed down to the marrow, unbreakable.
Chapter 17. Thorin. The question comes as we share the morning meal. Dried meat and bread taken from the tavern, eaten in comfortable silence beneath the pine canopy. Lissa sits cross-legged beside me, the borrowed dress fitting her well enough, though I can still see the shadow of trauma in her eyes. She's stronger this morning, more herself, but the horrors of the Bone Cathedral have left their mark. Why didn't Kareth come with you? The words are quiet, almost casual, but I hear the weight behind them. When you rescued me, why was it just you? My jaw tightens involuntarily. The truth sits like poison on my tongue, that Kareth would have calculated the odds and deemed her expendable, that his cold efficiency would have written her off as acceptable loss, that the friend I've known for centuries has become something that values tactical advantage over loyalty, strategy over love. But I can't tell her that. Won't destroy her faith in the bonds that define our small family. She's been through enough without learning that half of it has already abandoned her. Territorial considerations, I say carefully, keeping my voice steady. Too many Wyra in close proximity during high-stress operations. The echo becomes unstable. Overlapping heartlights interfere with stealth. It's plausible enough. Ancient Wyra wisdom about avoiding psychic feedback during dangerous missions. The kind of tactical thinking that sounds reasonable to someone who understands our nature, but hasn't lived through centuries of actual implementation. She nods slowly, accepting the explanation. So he sent you instead? It was my role. The lie flows easier now, building on itself. I'm better suited for extraction missions. Smaller target, more experience with infiltration. He stayed back to coordinate potential escape routes and secondary objectives. The relief that floods her features makes my chest ache. She wants to believe this version of events, that her rescue was planned, coordinated, that she wasn't abandoned by half her family, that Kareth's absence was tactical necessity rather than cold calculation. He must have been going crazy, waiting, she says softly, wanting to come but knowing he couldn't. I make a non-committal sound that she interprets as agreement. Let her keep that illusion. Let her believe in the version of Kareth who would pace and rage and suffer over her captivity instead of the reality, the creature who would dismiss her loss with surgical detachment. I want to see them, she says suddenly, setting down her portion of bread with decisive finality. Kareth and Elira, I need to know they're safe, that they know I'm safe. After everything that's happened, the request hits me like a physical blow. Every instinct screams against it, against exposing her to what they've become, against witnessing firsthand how far they've fallen. But I can see the determination in her eyes, the need for reunion that goes beyond mere want into necessity. Lissa, I begin carefully, they may not be themselves. The hunt for your captors, the stress of believing you were lost, it changes people, hardens them. I understand that, but they're still our family, still our bondmates. Her voice carries absolute conviction. Whatever they've had to do, whatever they've become to survive this, I need to see them. Need them to see me. I study her face, the stubborn set of her jaw, the fierce loyalty burning in her eyes. She won't be dissuaded. And perhaps seeing the truth will be kinder than learning it gradually. Perhaps witnessing their corruption directly will hurt less than discovering it piece by piece. There are protocols, I say finally. Territorial boundaries that have become sensitive. The hunt has pushed everyone to their limits. I'll need to maintain distance when we approach their territory. Because of the echo interference? Exactly. The lie builds on itself, becoming more elaborate. Extended contact between mature Wyra under stress can cause psychic feedback, dangerous for everyone involved. I can bring you to them, but I'll need to keep back once we're close. She accepts this with the trust that makes my deception feel like acid in my throat. But it's necessary. This distance will let me observe without participating, witness without being complicit. And if things go as badly as I expect, I'll be positioned to extract her again if needed. When can we leave? She asks. After you've eaten. Rested a bit longer. The journey will be hard enough without starting it weakened. I pause, meeting her eyes. And Lissa, whatever we find there, whatever they've become, remember that survival changes people. Don't judge them too harshly for what the hunt has made necessary. She nods solemnly, not understanding that I'm trying to prepare her for the magnitude of their transformation. How could she? How could anyone anticipate the depth of corruption that love can achieve when it turns inward and begins feeding on itself? We travel through the afternoon, following game trails and old paths that lead back toward the territory Kareth and Elira have claimed. The journey gives me time to refine the story, to build the framework of lies that will explain what she's about to witness. They've become more focused, I tell her, as we climb a ridge overlooking the valley where their cave lies hidden. The hunt for Malakor's forces has required adaptations, methods that might seem harsh to outsiders. What kind of methods? The question I've been dreading. How do I prepare her for the feeding rituals? For Elira's transformation into something that drains life force for pleasure? For Kareth's cold calculation that treats former friends as expendable resources? Enhanced interrogation techniques, strategic use of captured intelligence, the kind of approaches that blur traditional lines but produce results. Each euphemism feels like betrayal, but it's better than the raw truth. They've learned to think like the enemy in order to defeat them. She walks in contemplative silence for several minutes before responding. They've had to become harder, more ruthless. I understand that, but she doesn't. Can't. The gulf between understanding the necessity of hardness and witnessing the reality of consensual corruption is vast as an ocean. Still, I've planted the seeds, given her a framework for interpreting what she's about to see. As we descend toward the valley floor, I catch the first scent markers, territorial claims that speak of permanent occupation rather than temporary shelter. The smell is wrong somehow, tainted with something that makes my nostrils flare in instinctive revulsion. Death, yes, but more than that. The cloying sweetness of corruption mixed with the metallic tang of ritualistically spilled blood. "Can you smell that?" Lissa asks, wrinkling her nose. "Success," I lie smoothly. "They've been effective in their hunt. The scent of dead enemies marks their territory now." She accepts this explanation, but I can see her processing the wrongness in the air. Her human nose isn't as sensitive as mine, but even she can detect the undertone of something twisted in what should be simple territorial marking. The cave mouth appears around a bend in the valley wall, a natural opening expanded and fortified with bone and stone. But it's the decorations that stop my heart cold. Skulls mounted on spikes create a perimeter around the entrance, their empty sockets staring outward in silent warning. Human and Wyra both, arranged with artistic precision that speaks of ritualistic purpose rather than mere intimidation. Lissa gasps, her hand flying to her throat. "Those are trophies," I say grimly. "Proof of their success against Malakor's forces." It's partially true. Some of those skulls undoubtedly belong to enemy converts. But I can see others. The bone structure wrong for ideology followers. The proportions speaking of bonded pairs who chose love over corruption. Innocents who became obstacles to Kareth's evolving philosophy. "They've become very effective," I continue, building the framework that will let her rationalize what she's seeing. Perhaps more than any of us anticipated. Before I can say more, she's moving, running toward the cave entrance with the desperate urgency of someone who needs reunion more than safety. I let her go, watching as her slight form disappears into the shadows beyond the skull gate. Now comes the hardest part, maintaining distance while ensuring her safety, witnessing without participating, seeing exactly how far my friends have fallen without revealing my own resistance to their methods. I settle into concealment among the rocks overlooking the cave system, close enough to intervene if needed, far enough to maintain the fiction of territorial boundaries. From here I can observe, can witness whatever reunion awaits inside that charnel house they call home. The lies I've told her feel like lead weights in my stomach, but they're necessary lies, protective lies. She needs the framework of tactical necessity to understand what she's about to witness. Without it, the truth might break her entirely. From inside the cave I hear voices, Kareth's rumbling bass and Elira's higher tones mixing with Lisa's joyful greeting. For a moment, they sound like the people they used to be, like the family we once were. But I know better. I've seen what they're becoming. And now, from my position in the shadows, I'll watch as Lissa discovers the truth beneath the lies I've told to protect her.
Chapter 18. Lissa. Lissa! Elira's voice rings with genuine joy as I stumble into the cave, and for a moment everything feels normal again. She pulls me into an embrace that's fierce and warm, exactly like the sister I remember. Over her shoulder I see Kareth rising from where he's been bent over a collection of items scattered across a stone table. Maps, papers, what looks like correspondence. "We thought we'd lost you," he says, his voice rough with emotion as he joins our reunion. His arms close around both Elira and me, and I breathe in the familiar scent of him, letting myself believe for just a moment that nothing has changed. But something has. The cave itself tells the story. Too organised, too militaristic. What should be a simple shelter has become a command centre. Maps cover every available surface, marked with symbols I don't recognise. Stacks of documents sit in neat piles, some bearing seals I've never seen. This isn't the temporary camp of hunters anymore. This is the headquarters of something much larger. "Where's Thorin?" Kareth asks, his eyes scanning the cave entrance behind me. "Territorial protocols," I explain, repeating what Thorin told me. "Echo interference. He's maintaining distance until the stress levels decrease." Carith nods approvingly. Smart. The psychic pressure has been intense lately. He exchanges a look with Elira that carries weight I can't interpret. We've been operating at maximum capacity. What's all this? I gesture to the documents, the maps, the organised chaos of what's clearly intelligence gathering on an unprecedented scale. Intercepted communications, Elira says, her voice carrying a note of pride that makes something cold settle in my stomach. We've learned so much, Lissa. Malachor isn't just hunting bonded pairs anymore. He's building an empire. And now... She holds up a piece of parchment covered in dark script. Now he considers us a genuine threat. The document is written in a language I don't recognise, but I can see Carith's name mentioned repeatedly. There are references to territorial expansion, resource allocation, elimination protocols. This isn't the correspondence of hunters anymore. This is military intelligence. How did you get this? I ask, though part of me doesn't want to know the answer. Enhanced interrogation, Carith says simply. We've perfected techniques for extracting information from captured operatives, much more efficient than traditional methods. The casual way he says it makes my skin crawl. Enhanced interrogation. Such a clinical term for what I suspect is systematic torture. Look at this, Elira says, spreading a larger map across the table. The surface is covered in red marks, territorial boundaries, supply lines, what look like battle plans. Malachor's shifted from defensive operations to active warfare. Everything's changed in the last few weeks. I study the map with growing horror. The scale is staggering. Dozens of marked locations, coordinated movements across hundreds of miles. This isn't the personal vendetta I thought we were fighting. This is a war. He's redirecting resources, Carith explains, pointing to various marked positions. Recall orders for border patrols, concentration of forces in key strategic locations. Full military mobilization aimed specifically at eliminating our faction. Our faction? The words slip out before I can help them. When did we become a faction? When we started winning, Elira says, and there's something in her voice. A satisfaction that goes beyond mere tactical success. When our methods proved superior to his trauma-born ideology. When other Wira began seeking us out instead of him. She's right about that last part. I can see evidence of it around the cave. Sleeping areas that suggest more occupants than just Carith and Elira. Personal belongings that belong to strangers. They've been recruiting. How many others have joined you? I ask. Enough, Carith says. Enough to make Malachor realise he can't ignore us anymore. That his monopoly on Wira evolution is ending. The words send ice through my veins. Wira evolution. That's what he's calling it. Not survival, not fighting back. Evolution. As if what they're becoming is advancement rather than corruption. This intelligence suggests coordinated strikes within the week. Elira continues, pointing to specific notations on the intercepted documents. Multiple target zones, overwhelming force concentration. He's not just hunting us anymore. He's trying to wipe us out before we can consolidate our position. I look between them, trying to reconcile these tactical discussions with the people I remember. They speak like generals now, like commanders planning campaigns. When did hunting their enemies become building an empire? We need to accelerate our timeline, Carith says, moving to another table covered with what I now realise are battle plans. Full mobilisation of our forces, immediate expansion of recruitment protocols, strategic positioning for maximum defensive advantage. The feeding circles will need to be expanded, Elira adds. If we're facing coordinated assault, we'll need every possible enhancement to our capabilities. Feeding circles. The casual way she mentions it suggests this is established practice now, not experimental technique. Whatever feeding ritual Thorin must have witnessed, it's become systematic, institutionalized. What about the neutrals? Carith asks. The bonded pairs still clinging to the old ways? They'll have to choose. Elira's voice carries cold certainty. Join us or face him alone. There's no middle ground anymore. I watch them plan with growing dread. This isn't defense anymore. This is preparation for conquest. They're not just fighting Malachor, they're planning to replace him, to build their own version of his empire, just with different philosophical foundations. You're talking about war, I say finally. Real war. Not just hunting the people who took me, not just defending ourselves. You're planning to fight for control of everything. Because the alternative is extinction, Carith says, turning to face me fully. Malachor won't stop until every bonded pair is dead or converted to his ideology. The only way to save what we are is to prove our version is stronger. Our version? Consensual evolution instead of trauma-born transformation, Alira explains. Willing adaptation rather than forced conversion. We've discovered something, Lissa. Something that makes us stronger than traditional bonds while avoiding the brittleness of Malachor's hate-based philosophy. They believe what they're saying. That's what makes it so terrifying. This isn't madness or corruption in their minds, it's enlightenment. They genuinely think they've found a better way, a superior form of existence that justifies whatever methods they're using to achieve it. The final confrontation is inevitable, Carith continues. Both sides are too committed now to coexist. The question isn't whether there'll be war, it's which philosophy will dominate when the war ends. And us? I ask quietly. Thorin and me? Where do we fit in this war? The look that passes between them is answer enough. We're assets to be protected or liabilities to be managed, depending on our usefulness to their cause. The old equality, the sense of family decision-making, is gone. We're subjects now, not partners. You're safe, Alira says, reaching out to take my hand. You're both safe, but safety requires adaptation, understanding, acceptance of what's necessary. What kind of adaptation? Participation in enhancement protocols, Carith says. Integration with our expanded operational methods. Commitment to the cause that goes beyond personal comfort levels. Enhancement protocols. Integration. Commitment to the cause. The euphemisms pile up like barriers, hiding whatever dark reality they're describing. But the message is clear. Conform or be excluded. Evolve or become irrelevant. What if we can't? The question comes out before I can try to stop it. What if we can't adapt the way you have? The silence that follows is deafening. Carith and Alira exchange another of those loaded looks, communicating in ways that exclude Thorin and me entirely. When they speak, it's with the patience of teachers explaining simple concepts to slow students. Then you'll have to make a choice, Alira says gently. Support what we're building, or face what he's building. There's no neutral ground left, Lissa. No safe middle position where you can preserve the old ways while others fight for the future. I understand now. This isn't just about Malachor anymore. It's about competing versions of the same fundamental transformation. Two different approaches to discarding the bonds and limitations that once defined us. The choice isn't between good and evil, it's between different degrees of damnation. No moral options remain, I whisper, more to myself than to them. Only practical ones, Carith confirms. Only survival decisions and strategic necessities. The luxury of moral absolutism died with the old world, Lissa. What matters now is which darkness proves stronger, more adaptable, more capable of victory. They're right. I can see it in the intelligence spread across their tables, in the scope of the war they're preparing for. Whatever we were before, whatever bonds we cherished, whatever innocence we preserved, none of it can survive what's coming. The only question left is which monsters will become in service of survival. And looking at my sister's face, at the cold satisfaction in her eyes as she plans for war, I'm beginning to suspect we may not have as much choice in that matter as I once believed.
Chapter 19. Thorin. I've been watching from my concealed position for 3 hours when Kareth emerges from the cave alone. He doesn't search for me. Doesn't need to. "We need to talk," he says without raising his voice. The words carry clearly across the distance between us, pitched with the authority of someone who expects obedience rather than requesting cooperation. I remain motionless among the rocks for several heartbeats, testing whether this is invitation or command. His stillness provides the answer. He's not asking. He's informing me of a decision already made, giving me the courtesy of approaching voluntarily before he makes compliance mandatory. Rising from concealment feels like surrender, but staying hidden would only delay the inevitable. Kareth has evolved beyond the creature who would respect my desire for distance. Whatever he wants, he'll have it one way or another. I approach the boundary line but don't cross it, maintaining the fiction of territorial protocols, even as we both understand it's become meaningless. The distance that was supposed to protect me from witnessing their corruption has become a leash he can tighten or loosen at will. "Thorin." His voice carries warmth that doesn't reach his eyes. "Thank you for maintaining the protocols. I know it's been difficult, watching from outside while we handle the tactical necessities." The careful phrasing sets my teeth on edge. Tactical necessities. As if the feeding rituals and systematic torture are merely operational requirements rather than moral abominations. "What do you want, Kareth?" "Your expertise," he says simply. I study his face, still recognizably Kareth, but something fundamental has changed in the way he processes information. He's not considering whether his methods are right or wrong anymore, only whether they're effective. The moral calculus that once guided his decisions has been replaced by pure strategic thinking. "You want me to help you build an empire," I say quietly. "I want you to help me build something strong enough to survive what's coming." The correction is subtle but important. He's not admitting to imperial ambitions, just framing them as defensive necessities. "The old ways are dying, Thorin. The question is whether we evolve with purpose or get swept away by forces beyond our control." "And Lissa?" The question slips forth before I can help it, revealing the exact pressure point he's been maneuvering to expose. His expression softens, becoming almost paternal in its concern. "She's safe. She's welcomed. She's exactly where she needs to be to survive what's coming." A pause that lets the implications settle. "But her safety depends on us destroying the Shameborn." The threat is delivered with perfect deniability, concern for her welfare rather than explicit extortion. But the message is crystal clear. Participate or watch her suffer the consequences of my moral squeamishness. The old ways, Thorin. The passive resistance, the moral high ground, the hope that someone else will solve the problem. None of that will keep her alive when Malikor's forces come for this territory. And they will come. The intelligence we've gathered makes that certain. He's right, and we both know it. The scale of mobilization they've documented, the resources being redirected to eliminate our faction. Passive defense isn't an option anymore. Survival requires active measures, regardless of their moral cost. She trusts you, he continues, looks up to you, values your protection and guidance. That trust becomes a vulnerability if you're operating from outdated frameworks that prioritize ideology over effectiveness. The manipulation is expertly crafted, using my protective instincts against me while making me complicit in the reasoning. If I truly want to protect her, I have to help them succeed. If I refuse, her blood is on my hands. "What are you asking me to do?" "Help us win." Simple words that encompass a universe of moral compromise. I look back toward the cave where Lissa disappeared hours ago, where she's probably sharing meals and stories with the creatures that wear Alira and Kareth's faces. She's safe there, for now. But safety is conditional on their continued success, their growing power, their ability to out-corrupt the enemy through superior methods. The choice isn't really a choice at all. Maintain my moral purity while watching her die for my principles, or compromise everything I believe to keep her alive. When framed that way, the decision becomes inevitable. "Whatever you need." The words taste like ashes in my mouth. Kareth's smile is warm, approving, completely devoid of triumph. He's not gloating over my surrender. He's simply acknowledging the successful completion of a tactical maneuver. Good. He turns to go, then pauses. Thorin? She's safer with us than she would be anywhere else in this world. Whatever reservations you have about our methods, never doubt that we'll protect what matters most. The words are meant as reassurance, but they sound like ownership. Lissa isn't just under their protection. She's become their asset, their leverage, their guarantee of my cooperation. I watch him walk back toward the cave, each step carrying him further from the friend I once knew towards whatever he has chosen to become. And I've just agreed to let them use me as ammunition in their war against whatever remains of the world we used to know.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 20. Lissa. We need current reconnaissance on their operational capacity, Kerith explains, as he hands me a leather satchel filled with what looks like professional surveillance equipment. Real-time assessment of their territorial expansion, defensive positioning, resource allocation. It sounds so reasonable when he phrases it that way. Intelligence gathering, defensive planning, the kind of tactical preparation any responsible leader would require before facing an enemy who's mobilizing for total war. Why me? I ask, though part of me already knows the answer. Wouldn't Elira be better suited for this kind of mission? You're unknown to their forces, he says. Clean operational profile, no previous contact with their intelligence networks. You can get closer without triggering defensive protocols. The logic is flawless, as always. Kerith has become a master of reasonable justifications for necessary actions. But there's something else in his request. A testing quality, as if my willingness to participate will determine my value to their cause. Thorin's territorial distance makes him unsuitable for close reconnaissance, Elira adds. And honestly, Lissa, we need to know you're committed to what we're building here. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about proving our approach is superior. There it is, the real reason for sending me. Not because I'm the best choice operationally, but because my participation demonstrates loyalty to their evolution. Refusing would mark me as unreliable, potentially dangerous to their security. What exactly am I looking for? Expansion patterns, force concentration indicators, evidence of new recruitment or resource acquisition. Kerith spreads a map across the table, marking specific observation points. Anything that helps us understand the true scope of what we're facing. The journey to Malakor's territory takes most of the morning, following paths I remember from what feels like a lifetime ago. But as I approach the mountain that houses the Bone Cathedral, the changes become immediately apparent. The skull perimeter has expanded dramatically, not just decorating the cave entrance anymore, but creating a vast necropolis that stretches across multiple ridges. It's not just territorial marking, it's architecture, a city of the dead carved into the mountainside, with bone spires reaching toward the sky and skull-paved roads connecting different operational areas. The scale is staggering, industrial-level slaughter transformed into monument. I settle into concealment on a ridge overlooking the Bone Cathedral, unpacking the surveillance equipment Kerith provided. Professional tools, distance viewers, notation materials, mapping instruments. everything needed for comprehensive intelligence assessment. But the scope of what I'm documenting makes my hands shake as I work. The wall of skulls isn't random anymore. They're organised by species, by size, by what I gradually realise are territorial origins. Human skulls from the coastal regions, wearer bones from the mountain territories, dark elf remains from the underground networks. A systematic catalogue of conquest arranged with museum-like precision. I document everything methodically, as trained. Skull counts, architectural patterns, evidence of expansion timelines. But with each notation, the true horror becomes clearer. These aren't just the remains of enemy combatants, they're the bones of entire communities, bonded pairs, family groups, anyone who represented the diseased thinking Malachor seeks to eliminate. The variety tells a story of coordinated campaign across multiple fronts: coastal fishing settlements, mountain mining communities, underground trading networks, systematic elimination of love-based partnerships across the known world, carried out with industrial efficiency. Through the distance viewer, I can see work crews adding to the displays. Not random placement, but careful curation, creating artistic arrangements that serve as both trophy and warning. Death transformed into aesthetic statement, genocide disguised as ideological purification. My notes fill page after page. Force estimates, resource indicators, evidence of territorial consolidation on a scale that dwarfs anything we anticipated. This isn't just war, it's systematic conquest designed to eliminate every alternative to Malachor's philosophy. But there's something else in what I'm documenting. A competitive edge, an escalating quality that speaks of someone trying to outdo rivals rather than simply defeat enemies. As I document the Bone Cathedral's expansion, a horrifying realization begins to dawn. The architectural precision, the artistic arrangement, the systematic organization, it's too sophisticated for random brutality. This is design work, planned aesthetics, someone building a monument not just to victory, but to a particular vision of what victory should look like. And I've seen that same planning mentality before. Recently, the maps in Kerith's cave, marked with territorial boundaries and expansion zones. The discussions of building something lasting. The careful recruitment of followers and systematic development of enhanced capabilities. He's not just fighting Malachor, he's planning to replace him. I shift the distance viewer to examine different sections of the Bone Cathedral, looking for patterns that might reveal tactical thinking. What I find makes my blood run cold. The newest additions aren't random trophies, they're strategic displays. Skulls arranged to demonstrate reach, capability, the extent of territorial control. Malachor isn't just building a stronghold, he's building a capital, a seat of power designed to demonstrate dominance over the entire Wyra world. And looking at the systematic expansion, the organised brutality, the industrial scale efficiency, Kerith is planning exactly the same thing. They're not just at war with each other, they're competing to see who can build a more effective empire. Two different approaches to the same fundamental goal: total dominance through superior organisation and methodology. My hands tremble as I make additional notes. Not just intelligence on enemy capabilities anymore, but documentation of a competition between mirror images. Two versions of the same corruption, fighting to prove which approach creates better monsters. The Bone Cathedral isn't just Malachor's stronghold, it's his prototype. His proof of concept for what organised evil can accomplish when it stops pretending to moral constraints. And Kerith has been studying it, learning from it, planning to improve on it. I pack away the surveillance equipment with methodical precision, my notes complete, but my understanding fundamentally changed. What I've documented isn't just enemy intelligence, it's a preview of coming attractions, a glimpse of what the world will look like after one of these competing corruptions achieves victory. The scope of the conflict has become clear. This isn't about defending ourselves or protecting what we love. It's about choosing which version of evil will dominate everything that remains. Personal survival is irrelevant compared to the larger question of which darkness inherits the earth. Malakor's bone cathedral represents systematic brutality refined through ideological certainty. Trauma-born rage channeled into efficient conquest, building monuments to the superiority of solitary strength. His version wins through overwhelming force and absolute commitment to eliminating weakness. But Kareth's approach, consensual corruption, willing evolution, the weaponization of love itself, represents something potentially worse. Evil that thinks it's enlightenment. Monsters who believe they're teachers. Corruption that spreads through conviction rather than force. Looking down at the Bone Cathedral, I finally understand what Thorin has been struggling with. There is no good outcome to this war. No victory that preserves anything worth saving. No choice between light and darkness, only between different degrees of damnation. The final battle will determine which approach to abandoning humanity proves superior, whether forced conversion or willing transformation creates more effective predators, whether trauma-born rage or love-based manipulation builds stronger empires. I begin the journey back to our territory, carrying intelligence that will help Kareth refine his competitive approach, information that will make him more efficient, more successful, more capable of building his own version of what I've just witnessed. And I realise with sick certainty that I've stopped being an observer of this war. I'm a participant now, a contributor to whichever darkness proves strong enough to claim victory. The only question left is whether I can live with the knowledge of what I'm helping to build, or whether survival is worth becoming part of the monument.
Chapter 21. Thorin. The attack comes at dawn, when the light is still gray and uncertain. I'm watching from my concealed position when two shadows detach themselves from the tree line. They approach from opposite sides, timing their advance to create overlapping fields of attack while maintaining visual contact with each other. He takes the high approach, using the ridgeline to mask his descent toward the cave entrance. His massive frame moves with surprising grace, each step placed to minimize sound while maintaining momentum. Below, Gala mirrors his movement pattern, her smaller form ghosting between cover points with predatory patience. They've studied this territory, know the sight lines, the defensive positions, the optimal approach vectors. This isn't desperate assault. It's calculated execution of a plan refined through observation and intelligence gathering. But as they close the final distance, I catch something that makes my blood run cold. There are no guards, no defensive positions, no sign that anyone inside the cave is even aware of the approaching threat. Either Kareth and Elira are caught completely off guard, or they're waiting. The cave mouth yawns dark and silent as the pair reach their final positions. They pause, exchanging a look across the killing ground that speaks of shared understanding. Then they move. Septis erupts from concealment with explosive speed, his claws extended and heartlight blazing white-hot with battle fury. Gala flows up from the valley floor like liquid death, her approach angled to cut off retreat, while Septis drives their prey toward her waiting blades. For 3 seconds, it's a textbook assault. Perfect timing, overwhelming force, coordinated execution that should guarantee success against any defender. Then Kareth and Elira emerge from the cave. They don't burst out in defensive panic or scramble for tactical advantage. They simply walk into the killing ground with the calm confidence of predators who've been expecting this moment for weeks. Septis's charge falters as he realizes his overwhelming assault is being met with casual indifference. Gala's flowing advance stutters when she sees Elira's smile. Not the grimace of desperate defense, but the satisfied expression of someone whose careful planning has finally borne fruit. "Right on schedule," Kareth says conversationally, his voice carrying clearly across the distance. The casual tone is more unnerving than any war cry. Septis and Gala have based their assault on intelligence suggesting surprise attack against unprepared defenders. Instead, they've walked into a carefully prepared demonstration. Septis recovers first, redirecting his momentum toward Kareth with the adaptive speed that's kept him alive through countless battles. But his target isn't there anymore. Kareth flows aside with minimal effort, allowing the charge to carry past him while positioning for counterattack. It's not just superior reflexes. It's the difference between desperate improvisation and methodical preparation. Septus is fighting for his life, while Kareth is executing a predetermined sequence of movements refined through practice and planning. Gala tries to capitalize on Kareth's engagement, angling toward his flank while her partner holds his attention. But Elira intercepts her approach with the same casual efficiency, moving to block while maintaining perfect spatial awareness of her mate's position. They're not just fighting together, they're fighting as a single organism with two bodies. Every movement coordinated not through desperate communication, but through deep, practiced understanding of each other's tactical patterns. The battle becomes a demonstration of evolutionary superiority. Septus and Gala's perfect partnership looks clumsy compared to the weaponized bond that Kareth and Elira have become. The end comes with surgical precision. Septus, realizing his initial assault has failed, attempts to create distance for regrouping. But Kareth's positioning has been building toward this moment, herding his opponent into optimal killing ground while maintaining the illusion of defensive response. When Kareth strikes, it's with the efficiency of a creature who's moved beyond rage or hatred into pure tactical function. His claws open Septus's throat in a spray of arterial crimson, while his other hand tears through the ribcage to still the heart beneath. No roaring, no battle fury, no waste motion or emotional display. Just the clinical execution of necessary violence by someone who's learned to kill without feeling. Septus drops to his knees, confusion replacing battle fury in his dying eyes. He'd expected desperate combat, the kind of struggle that defines traditional Wyra warfare. Instead, he's been processed like a tactical problem solved through superior methodology. I watch from concealment as Kareth steps back from the corpse, already turning his attention to assess Gala's situation. No pause for victory celebration, no moment of triumph over a fallen enemy. Just mechanical evaluation of remaining threats and tactical opportunities. The creature that kills Septus still wears Kareth's face, but there's nothing left of the friend I knew. This is something new, something that's learned to make death as efficient and emotionless as any other operational requirement. But it's Elira's situation that makes my blood freeze. Gala fights like a cornered predator, using speed and desperation to compensate for tactical disadvantage. But Elira doesn't engage with the fury I expect, doesn't match violence with violence in the traditional way. Instead, she toys with her opponent. Every attack Gala launches is deflected with minimal effort, turned aside in ways that leave openings for devastating counterstrikes that Elira chooses not to take. She's prolonging the engagement not from tactical necessity, but from personal enjoyment. "You're very good," Elira says conversationally, as she sidesteps another desperate lunge. "Better than most of his recruits. I can see why Beta kept you around." Gala snarls something in response, pouring her remaining strength into a combination attack that should overwhelm any defense. But Elira flows away from the strikes like water, her expression shifting into something I've never seen before. Sexual arousal mixed with predatory satisfaction, the look of someone discovering a new and particularly satisfying appetite. When Elira finally strikes, it's not with the clinical efficiency Kareth demonstrated. It's with deliberate artistic cruelty designed to maximize suffering while demonstrating absolute control. Her claws don't go for the throat or heart, killing strikes that would end things quickly. Instead, she opens Gala's abdomen in precise cuts that spill intestines while keeping her victim conscious and aware. "Shh," Elira whispers as Gala screams, her voice carrying the tone someone might use to comfort a frightened child. "You're helping us prove something important. Your death demonstrates the superiority of willing evolution over forced transformation." She continues her work with surgical precision, keeping Gala alive while systematically dismantling her body. Not torture for information, torture for the sheer pleasure of demonstrating dominance over someone who represents a competing version of corrupted sisterhood. When Gala finally dies, it's with Elira's hand wrapped around her throat, squeezing the last breath away while watching the light fade from her eyes. The expression on my friend's face is one of profound satisfaction, sexual fulfillment achieved through the act of calculated murder. Afterward, she rises gracefully and turns to Kareth with the same satisfied smile. That was educational. We should arrange for more practical demonstrations. Kareth nods approvingly, and they begin the systematic looting of their victims' equipment with the casual efficiency of professionals who've done this many times before. I remain frozen in my concealment, watching the creatures who wear my friends' faces discuss the tactical lessons learned from torture murder, as if reviewing the results of a training exercise. They're not defending themselves anymore. They're not even hunting enemies. They're enjoying the kill with the refined palate of connoisseurs who've learned to extract pleasure from perfect technique. And looking at the way they work together, the casual coordination, the shared satisfaction, the mutual approval of methods that would have horrified them months ago, I finally understand what they've become. They're not corrupted versions of the people I knew. They're evolved versions. Creatures who've discovered that abandoning humanity unlocks capabilities they never imagined possible, and they like what they've become.
Chapter 22. Lissa. I return from gathering water at the stream to find Kareth and Elira standing over two corpses arranged with artistic precision near the cave entrance. The male and female I don't recognise, strangers who came to kill us and died for their trouble. Lie in spreading pools of blood that speak of systematic dismantlement rather than simple execution. But it's not the bodies that make my stomach clench. It's the conversation happening above them. The throat opening was textbook, Kareth says, crouching beside the male's corpse to examine the wound pattern. Clean, efficient, no wasted motion, but I think we could refine the positioning to allow for better information extraction before termination. Elira nods thoughtfully, her attention focused on the female's mutilated form. The abdominal approach worked well for maintaining consciousness during the demonstration phase, though next time I might start with the extremities, build the psychological pressure more gradually. They're discussing torture murder like culinary techniques, analysing methods, suggesting improvements, treating the systematic destruction of sentient beings as an art form to be perfected through practice and refinement. The fear response was particularly interesting, Elira continues. You could see the exact moment when she realised this wasn't combat anymore, when she understood that her death was going to be educational rather than functional. Educational for who? The question slips out. Both of them turn toward me with expressions of pleased surprise, as if a favourite student has finally asked the right question. For us, Kareth says simply, for understanding how different bonds work under extreme stress. These two represented traditional wearer partnership, mutual support, and shared strength. We wanted to see how that approach responds to systematic pressure. By studying their responses while we dismantled them, we learn which methods produce the most enlightening results. Elira adds, which approaches to breaking bonds create the most useful information about relationship dynamics. I stare at them, trying to reconcile this clinical analysis with the people I thought I knew. They're not discussing enemies anymore. They're talking about research subjects, specimens whose deaths provided valuable data for refining their own understanding of how love can be weaponized. You tortured them for science. We optimized their deaths for maximum educational value, Kareth corrects. The suffering was a tool, not an objective. Though, he glances at Elira with something that might be affection. I admit there were unexpected benefits to the process. Elira's smile carries the memory of sexual satisfaction. It was remarkably clarifying, understanding that pain can be a gift rather than simply a weapon, that breaking someone completely reveals truths about both victim and predator. Lissa, Elira says, her voice taking on the patient tone of someone explaining simple concepts to a slow child. We need to discuss your place in what we're building. The phrasing sends ice through my veins. My place. Not my role in our family or my importance to our survival, my utility to their evolving partnership. Things are changing, Kareth explains. Malachor knows we exist now. He'll be coming for us soon, and when he does, we can't afford to have complications. Complications. Not family members or cherished friends, resources that might interfere with optimal performance when killing becomes necessary. What does that mean? It means you're either with us completely, Elira says gently, or you represent a problem that needs to be solved before we face Malachor. The threat is delivered with the same tender concern she might use to explain why medicine tastes bad, but needs to be swallowed. No malice, no anger, just practical necessity explained with loving patience. A problem. A weakness he could exploit, Kareth clarifies. Someone who might hesitate at the wrong moment, show mercy when efficiency is required, choose sentiment over survival when the choice becomes inevitable. They're discussing my potential execution with the same clinical detachment they use to analyse their torture techniques. Not because they hate me or want to hurt me, but because my continued existence might interfere with their ability to kill effectively. I'm not going to betray you, I say desperately. I would never. Intent isn't what matters, Kareth interrupts. Capability is. Your knowledge of how we think, how we plan, what we care about, that's valuable information to someone like Malachor. Unless you're actively helping us win, that knowledge becomes a liability. What kind of help? Elira steps closer, her hand reaching out to cup my cheek with gentle affection. Participation, Lissa. Real participation. Not just supporting us emotionally, but becoming part of what we're doing. Part of what we're becoming. You mean helping you kill? Among other things. Her thumb strokes across my cheekbone with the tenderness of a lover. Learning to see past squeamishness to practical necessities. Understanding that survival requires capabilities you've never needed before. We'll start with something simple, Kareth says, gesturing toward the corpses. Disposal. Basic cleanup that helps you understand the practical requirements of our new reality. It sounds like training. Professional development designed to expand my skill set rather than force my participation in desecrating bodies. But I understand the real purpose. Making me complicit, breaking down the barriers between observer and participant through gradual involvement. I don't think I can. You can, Elira interrupts, her voice carrying absolute certainty. Because this is what love looks like now, Lissa. This is the price of staying together in a world where weakness gets you killed. She guides me toward the female's corpse, her hand warm and steady on my shoulder. We're not asking you to enjoy this, just to understand that protection requires actions you've never had to consider before. The body is still warm. Blood continues to seep from the precise wounds Elira created during her educational demonstration. The female's eyes stare at nothing, frozen in the expression of someone who died understanding exactly how helpless she was. Take her arms, Elira instructs gently. We'll carry her together. A simple task that helps you understand what love costs when survival is at stake. My hands shake as I follow instructions, lifting dead weight that was a living, thinking being just minutes ago. The female's skin is already cooling, but the blood on my fingers is still warm, still sticky with the evidence of systematic murder. Good, Kareth says approvingly as we carry our burden toward a ravine they've used for this purpose before. You're learning that squeamishness is a luxury we can't afford anymore. The disposal site contains other remains, bones picked clean by scavengers, evidence of previous educational demonstrations. This isn't the first time they've killed strangers for research purposes. It's become routine, systematized, integrated into their understanding of what love requires. This is necessary, Elira whispers as we lower the body into the pit. All of this, the killing, the studying, the learning from their pain. We're not becoming monsters, Lissa. We're becoming lovers intelligent enough to understand what protection actually costs. The walk back to the cave happens in silence, but my mind races with new understanding. Thorin's careful distance, his reluctance to bring me back here, his lies about territorial boundaries. It wasn't about wearer psychology or ancient protocols. He was protecting me from this choice for as long as possible, keeping me away from the moment when neutrality would be stripped away and I'd be forced to choose between becoming complicit in horrors or becoming a victim of them. His deception was kindness, buying me time before the inevitable ultimatum, but that time has run out. You did well, Carith says as we reach the cave entrance. Practical engagement with necessary tasks. The first step toward understanding what we're building together. What's the next step? When we take Malachor, Alira answers. You'll help us question Beda before we kill her. Learn how to make suffering serve love instead of just serving cruelty. They're planning my education in systematic torture, step-by-step instruction in becoming the kind of creature who can discuss dismemberment techniques while planning dinner. Personal development in abandoning humanity for the sake of preserving what we have together. And if I refuse? The look that passes between them is answer enough. Refusal isn't an option anymore. The illusion of choice has been stripped away, leaving only the reality of participate or perish. You won't refuse, Alira says with gentle certainty, because you love us more than you love your comfort, because you're stronger than your squeamishness, because you understand that some things are worth becoming monsters to protect. And because, Carith adds, the alternative is joining those strangers in the disposal pit, which would be wasteful, considering how much you mean to us. The casual way he discusses my murder, not as threat but as simple resource management, finally makes the situation crystal clear. I'm not family anymore in the way I understand family. Not friend or sister or cherished companion. I'm something they love enough to corrupt, rather than kill. And the choice of which treatment I receive depends entirely on my willingness to become what they've become. Standing in the shadow of the cave entrance, blood still sticky on my fingers from carrying a stranger's corpse, I finally understand what Thorin has been fighting to prevent me from seeing. There is no innocent position left, no pure choice between good and evil, only the selection between different methods of damnation, with love dependent on choosing the method that serves the relationship rather than serving abstract moral principles. The last illusion of traditional bonds dies in that moment, replaced by the cold reality that love requires whatever actions preserve the people you care about, regardless of what those actions cost your soul. I am alone now, except for the monsters who wear familiar faces and speak of love while teaching me that caring for someone means being willing to kill for them. And the most terrifying part is beginning to understand that they might be right about what love actually means when the world offers no alternatives to becoming what survival requires.
Chapter 23. Thorin. Follow me, Carith says, already moving toward the forest edge with predatory purpose. I follow because I have no choice, because Lissa's safety depends on my continued usefulness to whatever he's become. We plunge into darkness between ancient trees, and immediately the world transforms. At Wera speed, the forest becomes something else, a living cathedral of memory and shadow, where the boundaries between present and past dissolve like mist. My feet pound against earth that has drunk blood for millennia. Each stride carries me past spectral figures that flicker between the trunks, echoes of Wera who ran these paths before, their essence burned into the very air by centuries of predation and flight. A female with silver claws phases through an oak, her mouth open in eternal scream. Two males locked in combat fade and reappear, their ancient rivalry playing out in endless repetition. Carith flows ahead of me like liquid darkness, his form blurring between trees as if he's becoming part of the forest's murderous history. The spirits part before him, recognizing something in his corruption that makes even the dead step aside. I crash through their ghostly ranks, feeling phantom claws rake across my skin as the past bleeds into present. A child Wara with hollow eye sockets reaches for me with skeletal fingers. An elder with his throat torn out watches from beneath a blood-stained boulder. They whisper in voices like wind through bone. Join us! Join us! Join us! The pursuit becomes nightmare of speed and shadow, where each heartbeat carries us deeper into forest haunted by every Wara who ever learned that survival requires abandoning mercy. My lungs burn with air thick with spectral breath. My legs ache from pounding across ground soaked with centuries of necessary violence. We burst from tree line onto the shore of a mountain lake, where 4 humans work their nets in the fading light, completely unaware that death has emerged from the spirit-drunk forest to claim them. Kareth settles into concealment beside me, his breathing steady despite the punishing pace. His eyes fix on the boat with the focused intensity of apex predator selecting prey. No words needed. I can feel the hunger radiating from him like heat from forge. He launches himself across the water without warning, his body cutting through air and lake surface with explosive grace. The impact when he crashes into their boat sounds like breaking bones. "Wira!" one fisherman screams, recognizing death walking from legend into their peaceful evening. The boat rocks violently as they scramble for oars, trying to row for the deep water that might offer escape. Their movements are frantic, desperate, human terror in its purest form as they realize they're trapped on a lake with something that views them as meat. The eldest fisherman grabs a boat hook, swinging it at Kareth's skull with desperate courage. The weapon whistles through air that suddenly feels too thick to breathe, charged with predatory anticipation. Kareth doesn't dodge, doesn't speak. He simply catches the boat hook mid-swing, his claws piercing wood with wet grinding sound that makes my teeth ache. His eyes burn with savage joy as he stares into the old fisherman's face and sees fear replacing defiance. They row harder, muscles straining against oars that seem to move through water thick as blood. 20 yards from shore. 30. For one desperate heartbeat, it looks like they might actually reach deep water where a Wara might not follow. Then Kareth grabs the gunwale with both hands. The boat groans as he begins dragging it backward through the lake, his inhuman strength turning their desperate escape into inevitable doom. Their oars splash uselessly, cutting furrows in water that parts like it wants to help deliver them to death. The youngest fisherman breaks first. Terror overwhelms his mind as the boat scrapes against rocks, and he throws himself overboard in blind panic. His splash cuts through evening air like scream as he strikes out for the opposite shore with desperate strokes. Kareth hauls the boat onto rocks with grinding crash of wood against stone. The remaining fishermen scramble for whatever weapons they can find, gutting knives, broken oars, their own desperate hands. But his attention has shifted to something else. He looks at me. No words, no gestures. Just those burning eyes fixed on mine while the swimming fisherman grows smaller in the distance. But the meaning sears through me like brand against flesh. Catch him. Kill him. Prove what you've become. This is the real test. Not watching Kareth slaughter helpless prey, but discovering whether I've learned the fundamental lesson of Wira evolution. That mercy is luxury that gets the people you love murdered by creatures who abandoned it long ago. The swimmer is halfway across the lake, his strokes growing weaker as exhaustion and cold water sap his strength. He's just a man trying to survive, probably has family waiting at home, children who will wonder why father never returned from fishing. Behind me, wet sounds of systematic dismemberment begin as Kareth applies claws to the fisherman who couldn't escape. Not rage driving the violence, just methodical application of superior predation to eliminate resistance. But his attention remains focused on me, watching, waiting, testing whether centuries of assumed friendship have prepared me for the moment when love requires abandoning everything I once believed made me worthy of it. I enter the water with barely a splash, my ancient muscles remembering how to move through liquid medium with predatory efficiency. The lake embraces me like old friend, welcoming another hunter to its depths. The fisherman hears me coming, turns in the water with eyes wide with renewed terror as he realizes escape was always illusion. His mouth opens to scream, but only lake water enters his lungs. Please, he gasps when his head breaks surface. I have children. 3 daughters. Please. His words cut through me like silver blades, each syllable carrying weight of lives that will be destroyed by what I'm about to do. 3 daughters who will grow up without father because a monster needed to prove philosophical point about evolutionary necessity. But Kareth watches from shore, and Lissa waits back in cave where her safety depends on my willingness to become whatever protection actually costs. Love requires choices that traditional morality can't survive. I kill him quickly, efficiently. My claws open his throat in single stroke that grants mercy even while ending life. His blood spreads through dark water like crimson flower blooming in depths where ancient spirits whisper approval of necessary violence. When I return to shore, the other 3 fishermen lie positioned around small fire they'll never need again. Kareth has arranged them with artistic precision, not random corpses, but educational display about superiority of chosen darkness over naive idealism. We were never friends, he says quietly, settling beside the lake where innocent blood mixes with water that has witnessed centuries of similar lessons. Wera don't have friends, Thorn. We have competitors who serve mutual interests until those interests diverge. The words settle into my chest like stones, dragging down every assumption I've carried about our relationship. Centuries of shared struggle reduced to strategic alliance between rival predators. Lissa and I, you represent the past, connections to what I used to be before I understood what strength actually requires. His voice carries no malice, just practical assessment of strategic complications. After Malachor dies, those connections become threats to what Elira and I have built together. I look at innocent blood on my claws, understanding that something fundamental has died beside this haunted lake. Not just 4 fishermen whose only crime was existing in wrong place when monsters needed educational materials. The old Thorin died in these waters. What emerged carries his memories but serves different master. Survival of creatures loved enough to corrupt soul for their protection. When? Soon. He rises, already moving toward forest where spirits wait to witness our return journey. Consider tonight preparation for accepting what genuine love actually costs when sentiment becomes liability. The monsters wearing familiar faces have made their choice about what relationship requires. Now I understand mine will be identical, or Lissa and I will join these innocents in whatever mass grave serves their philosophical demonstrations. The only question is whether I can become efficient enough killer to buy us time for escape when the moment arrives.
Chapter 24. Lissa. I'm waiting by the cave entrance when Thorin emerges from the forest, and immediately I know something is wrong. He moves differently, not with his usual careful grace, but with predatory flow that reminds me of Kareth and Elira. Blood stains his claws, not his own. Thorin? I rise from where I've been sitting, but he doesn't meet my eyes. Just stares past me into the cave with expression I can't read, hunger mixed with something that might be self-loathing. He brushes past me without speaking, his massive frame radiating tension like coiled spring about to snap. Where did you go? I follow him deeper into the cave, heart clenching at his silence. Thorin, what happened with Kareth? Nothing. He strips off his blood-stained shirt with mechanical precision, movements sharp and efficient in ways that make my stomach turn. There's lake water in his hair, mud on his boots, and the smell of death clinging to his skin. Talk to me. I reach for his arm, but he flinches away from my touch. Please, you're scaring me. His amber heart light flickers erratically, not the steady glow I'm used to, but chaotic pulses that speak of internal war between what he was and what he's becoming. Thorin, don't. The word comes out harsh, desperate. Don't ask me anything right now. He turns suddenly, and the look in his eyes stops my breath. Raw hunger mixed with desperation. Not just physical need, but emotional starvation for something that isn't blood or death or whatever lesson Kareth taught him tonight. I need you, he says, voice dropping to something barely human. Right now. There's no explanation, no confession, no gentle seduction. Just desperate demand from creature who's discovered something about himself that he can't voice but needs to drown in contact with something pure. He reaches for me with hands still stained with innocent blood, and I understand without words what tonight cost him. What boundary he crossed. What piece of himself died beside whatever lake or forest clearing Careth chose for his demonstration. I need to touch you, he whispers against my throat. You need to remember what I am. His mouth crashes into mine, brutal and starving. Teeth split my lower lip. Copper floods both our tongues. He growls into the kiss, a sound that isn't pleasure, isn't love. It's ownership, proof, a creature trying to claw something back from the edge he just stared over.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting in the ruin of my dress, thighs sticky, body aching in ways that feel permanent. He pulls on his leathers with mechanical efficiency, every motion deliberate, distancing. When he finally speaks, his voice is flat, dead. Don't ask me what I did tonight. Then he walks deeper into the cave and leaves me alone with the taste of blood and sex, and the terrible certainty that the man who just screwed me like he hated me is the same one trying hardest not to become the monster he fears he already is. I sit in the dark a long time, legs trembling, heart cracked open. Because I came harder than I ever have in my life. That's the worst part.
Chapter 25, Thorin. The wearer comes from the shadows without warning, launching himself at Lissa with claws extended and heartlight blazing white with killing fury. Male, young, but there's something wrong with his movements. Too erratic, too desperate. The madness of Malakor's curse driving him to eliminate love wherever he finds it. I intercept him mid-leap, my ancient reflexes still faster than his diseased aggression. We crash into the rocky ground in tangle of claws and fury, his momentum carrying us away from Lissa, who scrambles backward with terrified gasp. "Kill the bonded!" he screams, foam flecking his lips. "Purge the disease! Malakor's truth will spread!" He's not just territorial challenger. He's convert to the philosophy that love is weakness to be eliminated. The curse has taken root in his mind, turning natural Wera aggression into ideological weapon against everything we represent. His claws rake across my ribs as he fights with single-minded determination to destroy us. But madness makes him sloppy, predictable. I've seen this before. Wera driven insane by Malakor's teaching, transformed into blunt instruments that attack anything resembling traditional bonds. My claws find his throat on the second exchange, opening arteries that spray crimson across stone. His eyes widen with shock. The curse promised him strength through isolation, but didn't prepare him for ancient predator who's learned to kill without ideology. He dies quickly, efficiently, choking on his own blood while the curse's promises turn to ash in his dying mind. "Is he dead?" Lissa whispers, approaching the corpse with careful steps. "Very." I wipe blood from my claws, already scanning the surrounding forest for signs of additional threats. Cursed Wera rarely hunt alone. The madness spreads through pairs and groups until entire territories become infected with Malakor's philosophy. "Listen," I tell her. "Stay quiet. If he has companions..." The sob cuts through evening air like blade. Soft, feminine, heartbroken. Someone watching our fight from concealment, witnessing death of creature they cared about despite his corruption. I follow the sound to find her crouched behind fallen log, human female with tear-streaked face and eyes wide with terror. His mate, probably. The one person in the world who still saw something worth loving beneath the curse's madness. "Please," she whispers when she sees me approaching. "Please don't. He wasn't always like that. The curse, it changed him, made him into something I didn't recognize. But I couldn't leave him. I couldn't abandon what we had." Her words hit like physical blows. This is what Malakor's philosophy does. Destroys bonds from within while leaving loved ones to watch helpless as corruption consumes everything they cherished. "He tried to kill us," I say simply. "I know." Fresh tears stream down her face. I tried to stop him, tried to make him remember what we used to be together. But the curse was stronger. It told him that loving me made him weak, that I was poison in his veins. Lissa appears beside me, taking in the scene with growing understanding. Human woman mourning Wera mate who was driven mad by philosophical corruption. Love destroyed not through external force, but through internal poison that made him hate everything he once cherished. "She needs to go," I tell Lissa quietly, "before Kareth and Elira return. Before they find out about this." "Why?" "Because they'll want to question her, learn about Malakor's recruitment methods, how the curse spreads, what other Wera might be infected." I study the woman's broken posture, recognizing grief that cuts deeper than physical wounds. "And questioning for them means—" I don't finish the sentence. Don't need to. We've both seen their educational methods applied to creatures they consider valuable intelligence sources. "You can't stay here," Lissa tells the woman gently. "Other Wera live in this territory. Dangerous ones who won't show the mercy we're offering." The woman looks between us with dawning hope. "You're letting me go?" "We're giving you chance to grieve somewhere safer," I correct. "Away from creatures who've learned to extract information from people who can't provide it willingly. It's dangerous mercy. If Kareth discovers we encountered cursed Wera and failed to report it, our own status becomes questionable. But looking at this broken woman who lost everything to Malakor's poison, I find I don't care about strategic implications. Some things are worth preserving, even when preservation serves no tactical purpose." Lissa disappears into our supply cache and returns with dried meat and water skin. "For the road," she says simply, pressing provisions into the woman's trembling hands. "Thank you." The words come out broken, weighted with grief that will probably never heal completely. "He used to bring me flowers, before the curse took him. Stupid human flowers that meant nothing to Wera philosophy, but everything to what we shared." She gathers her few possessions and heads toward the forest, carrying memories of love that died not through natural causes, but through ideological infection designed to destroy everything Malakor couldn't understand. "We don't tell them," I say when she's gone. "About any of it," Lissa agrees. "The attack, the woman, none of it." We stand together in the growing darkness, sharing conspiracy of mercy that could get us both killed if discovered. But some secrets are worth keeping, even when keeping them serves no strategic advantage. "Do you think she'll survive?" Lissa asks. "Probably not." The honesty tastes bitter. World doesn't have many safe places left for people who still believe love is worth preserving. But she had chance. Brief moment of hope in landscape increasingly dominated by competing corruptions. Sometimes that's all mercy can accomplish, buying time for grief to find its own path toward whatever healing remains possible. We dispose of the cursed Wera's body in the ravine, where Kareth and Elira dumped their educational materials. One more corpse among many, indistinguishable from their systematic demonstrations of philosophical superiority. The attack never happened. The woman never existed. Love never died beside our territory, while we watched helpless to prevent another small tragedy in war between competing approaches to abandoning humanity. Some lies preserve more truth than honesty ever could, and sometimes mercy costs nothing more than agreement to forget what we've witnessed when forgetting serves no purpose, except allowing hope to find somewhere else to take root.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 26. Lissa. We approach Kerith and Alira's camp at dawn, and the first thing I see is her body hanging from the oak tree. The woman we showed mercy to, the one who mourned her cursed mate, who we fed and released into the forest with whispered promises of safety. She hangs naked and skinned, her flesh peeled away in precise strips that speak of hours spent extracting maximum suffering before death finally claimed her. My stomach lurches as recognition hits. Thorin stops beside me, his breathing sharp and controlled as he stares at what remains of our failed kindness. "Ah," Kerith says pleasantly, noticing our attention. "You're admiring our recent guest. We had quite a bit of fun with that one." His tone is casual, amused, like discussing weather instead of systematic torture. Alira doesn't even look up from sharpening her claws, too focused on preparing for today's slaughter to waste attention on yesterday's entertainment. "Found her wandering near the border," she adds absently, kept babbling about some dead wearer, crying about love and loss. Perfect practice for what's coming. They don't know, don't realise we encountered her before, that our mercy led directly to this. The woman's empty eye sockets stare down at us, accusing us of the naive idealism that delivered her into hands that know how to make death last for days. Thorin and I say nothing. What could we say? Confessing would only raise questions we can't answer, without revealing how much we've been hiding from creatures who've learned to extract truth through systematic application of agony. "Today we finish this," Kerith announces, rising from where he's been studying Thorin's sketches of the Bone Cathedral. "Time to prove which approach creates superior predators." We crash into the Bone Cathedral like death incarnate. No stealth, no careful planning, just explosive violence designed to catch them unprepared. And we do. Malachor is buried deep inside Beda when we burst through the entrance, his massive frame driving into her with savage rhythm while she writhes beneath him. Saulo cowers in the corner, watching his mistress take pleasure from another's flesh with the broken eyes of something that was once a person. The sound of our entrance cuts through their coupling like blade through bone. Beda screams, not from ecstasy, but from shock of realising death has found them. Malachor roars, throwing her aside as he lunges for weapons that suddenly feel impossibly distant. Too late. Kerith hits him before he can reach his claws, both of them crashing into the throne of bones with impact that shatters skulls and sends femur fragments flying like shrapnel. Ancient Wera remains rained down on writhing bodies as two apex predators fight for the right to define what strength means. Alira flows toward Beda with liquid grace, intercepting her desperate scramble for safety. The naked woman grabs a bone shard from the scattered throne, wielding it like dagger as she faces death wearing nothing but her lover's fluids. "Should have stayed hidden," Alira purrs, advancing with claws extended. Malachor fights like something possessed, centuries of rage given form, trauma channeled into killing machine that seeks to destroy everything threatening his philosophy. His claws rake across Kerith's chest, opening wounds that spray blood across bone architecture. But Kerith doesn't match his fury. He flows around the assault like water, each movement calculated to inflict maximum damage while avoiding unnecessary risk. When his claws find flesh, They bite deep. Not wild slashing, but surgical precision designed to cripple and kill. They crash through scattered bones, using femurs as clubs and rib cages as shields. Blood slicks the floor as they tear pieces from each other, neither giving ground in battle that will determine which corruption proves superior. Across the chamber, Elira stalks Beda with predatory patience. The naked woman darts between bone pillars, using architecture as cover, while Elira toys with her like cat with wounded mouse. "Run faster, sister," Elira calls. "Make this interesting." But there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, only death wearing familiar faces, closing distance with each heartbeat. Beda breaks suddenly, abandoning stealth for desperate assault. She launches herself at me instead of Elira, bone shard aimed at my throat with wild accuracy, born of nothing left to lose. I should panic, should fumble like amateur facing seasoned killer. But months of watching Elira work have prepared me for this moment. My body moves without conscious thought, blade intercepting her makeshift weapon with shower of sparks. She's strong, this woman who learned to weaponize sex. Fast enough to draw blood from my arm, skilled enough to force me backward among scattered skulls. But she's fighting naked while I'm armoured in lessons learned from monsters. My blade finds the gap in her defence, sliding between ribs to pierce the heart that once loved something, before corruption taught her different lessons. Her eyes widen with shock as steel bites deep, finding vital organs with precision that surprises us both. Beda collapses in spreading pool of crimson, her death marking my graduation from observer to participant. No last words, no dramatic gestures, just meat that was once a person, growing cold on bone-strewn floor. Across the chamber, Thorin drives claws through Saulo's chest, quick mercy for creature who'd suffered enough. The castrated dark elf dies with something approaching gratitude, finally released from existence that served no purpose except demonstrating his mistress's cruelty. Malachor and Carith continue their brutal dance until rage finally succumbs to calculated violence. Carith's claws find the perfect angle, tearing through ribs to still the heart beneath. Malachor drops to his knees, choking on blood, then falls forward onto skulls that once crowned other failed kings. Dead, all three of them. The throne room stinks of blood, sex, and voided bowels. Carith settles into the bone seat, panting heavily as crimson drips from his wounds onto skulls below. He looks like demon crowned in hell, ruling over graveyard of everyone who chose differently. I stare at the woman I killed, waiting for horror to hit me, for guilt or revulsion or any human response to taking life. But there's nothing, just satisfaction at task completed, like cleaning blood from cave floor or disposing of bones in ravine. That absence of feeling terrifies me more than any nightmare could. Because looking at Beda's corpse, I don't see murder victim. I see proof that I've learned Elira's lessons about what love actually costs, when the world offers no alternatives to becoming what survival requires. The old Lissa died in this throne room alongside creatures who chose inferior approaches to necessary evolution. What remains is something new, something that can kill efficiently while feeling nothing but professional satisfaction at work well done. And the most frightening realization of all is understanding that this feels right. Like coming home to who I was always meant to be.
Chapter 27, Thorin. The feeding begins before the bodies are even cold. Carith tears strips of flesh from Malachor's chest with his bare hands, blood running down his forearms in crimson rivers. His pupils are dilated with something beyond hunger, sexual arousal mixed with predatory satisfaction that makes every ancient instinct I possess scream warnings. The smell hits me like physical blow. Copper and iron and something else. The meaty sweetness of fresh kill mixed with arousal musk that speaks of creatures finding sexual satisfaction in systematic murder. My stomach churns, but I can't look away from the tableau unfolding before me. "Taste this," Carith growls to Elira, offering her a piece of still warm liver that steams in the cathedral's cold air. You can actually taste his rage. All that trauma, concentrated into flavor. Elira takes the organ between her teeth with deliberate sensuality, biting down with eyes closed in ecstasy. Her moan vibrates through the chamber as blood runs down her chin. When she opens her eyes, they're bright with euphoria that has little to do with nourishment. Exquisite, she breathes, pink tongue darting out to catch drops before they fall. We should save some for later, mix it with his woman's heart for the full experience. They move around the corpses like lovers preparing romantic dinner, selecting choice cuts while their hands roam each other's blood-slicked bodies. Every touch leaves crimson handprints. Every kiss tastes of their enemy's flesh, shared between mouths that once spoke of mercy. The casual intimacy of it, the way they feed each other pieces of still warm meat while grinding against each other in arousal, makes me understand this isn't temporary madness. This is revelation. Discovery of appetites they never knew they possessed until victory gave them permission to indulge every darkest impulse. Look what we built together, Kareth says, gesturing at the carnage while pulling Elira against him. Bone fragments crunch under their feet as they embrace among scattered remains. Look what choosing darkness accomplished. His hand slides between her thighs as she grinds against him, both aroused by the scent of death and knowledge of their superiority. The wet sounds of their passion mix with dripping blood, creating symphony of corruption that makes my soul recoil. We should celebrate properly, Elira purrs, her blood-stained fingers tracing patterns across Kareth's chest. Share everything we've accomplished, everything we've become. Her eyes find mine across the chamber, bright with hunger that has nothing to do with the meat they've been consuming. She licks blood from her lips with deliberate slowness, making her meaning unmistakable. Everything, Kareth agrees, following her gaze with dawning hunger. Why should we limit ourselves to traditional boundaries when we've transcended every other constraint? He approaches with casual confidence, blood still dripping from his claws. Behind him, Elira moves with predatory grace that triggers every survival instinct evolution has given my species. You helped us become this, Kareth says, stopping just outside arm's reach. Contributed to our victory through tactical expertise. Don't you want to experience what we've achieved? Share in the spoils, Elira adds, reaching toward Lissa with crimson-stained fingers. Taste what evolution offers when you stop clinging to primitive possessiveness. The casual way she suggests it, like offering refreshments rather than proposing violation of everything decent, makes it even more obscene. They're not driven by lust or madness. This is calculated desire to optimize every aspect of existence, including sexual resources. Traditional bonding is just another limitation, Kareth explains with infinite patience. Exclusive attachment that serves sentiment rather than mutual enhancement. We've learned to share everything that makes us stronger. Think how much more efficient we could become, Elira continues, circling closer. 4 minds, 4 bodies, working in perfect coordination. No jealousy, no possessiveness, just pure optimization of available resources. Her voice carries maternal warmth that makes the proposal infinitely more disturbing. This isn't crude proposition, but loving invitation to join whatever they've become through willing participation in systematic abandonment of moral constraint. Lissa could learn so much from me, she adds, eyes bright with anticipation. About pleasure without sentiment, satisfaction without weakness. And you could teach Kareth about the satisfaction of truly ancient appetites. No. The word tears from my throat, carrying centuries of accumulated rage at watching friends transform into creatures that view love as commodity. I step between them and Lissa, my massive frame blocking their approach while every muscle tenses for violence. Ancient reflexes flood my system with adrenaline, preparing for battle against opponents who know exactly how to exploit every weakness. How disappointing, Elira sighs, settling back against Kareth with genuine sadness. Still trapped by emotional frameworks that limit growth potential. Primitive possessiveness, Kareth agrees, his arm tightening around her waist. The kind of thinking that creates weakness instead of strength. They mock my attachment as evolutionary failure, laughing at the concept that love might involve exclusivity rather than strategic optimization. To them, my refusal represents clinging to outdated constraints that serve no useful purpose. You could learn so much, Elira continues with maternal patience, about love that serves mutual enhancement rather than mutual limitation. We've transcended jealousy, Kareth explains with pride. Overcome the territorial instincts that make traditional bonds vulnerable. When everything is shared, nothing can be taken away. The casual way they discuss commodifying intimacy, turning bonds into resource management, reveals how completely they've abandoned every concept I once thought defined them. Such waste, Elira murmurs, studying us like specimens that failed to evolve properly. All that potential for enhancement, squandered on sentiment. You're not offering to share, I say quietly, understanding flooding through me like ice water. You're offering to consume, to add us to whatever you've created from the remains of everything decent. The truth settles into the chamber like poison. They don't want to include us. They want to devour us completely, until nothing remains except more material for their endless hunger. Consumption, Elira muses, the word rolling off her tongue like endearment. What a beautifully accurate description. Yes, we would consume you, transform you into something greater than individual limitations allow. It's an honor, Kareth adds seriously, to be incorporated into superior methodology instead of clinging to alternatives until natural selection eliminates you. They mean every word with sincerity that cuts deeper than any threat. This isn't madness. It's logical conclusion of everything they've become. Creatures who've learned to optimize love through systematic consumption of everything that refuses to evolve. When you're ready, Kareth says gently, when traditional bonds fail and sentiment becomes liability, remember what willing consumption offers. I pull Lissa toward the entrance while they watch with amused tolerance. Not threatened, confident we'll return when survival requires accepting their generous offer. The most terrifying part isn't that they've become monsters. It's that they genuinely believe they're offering us something precious. And deep in my ancient heart, I fear they might be right about what love will eventually cost in a world that rewards efficiency over everything we once held sacred.
Chapter 28. Lissa. The sound of iron spikes driving through flesh makes me vomit. I can't help it. Watching Kareth nail Malakor's severed hands to the cathedral wall while humming under his breath breaks something inside me that was already cracking. There, he says, stepping back to admire his work. Blood spatters his face like war paint. Elira kneels beside Saulo's mutilated corpse, using her claws to carve symbols into his exposed ribcage. Her tongue flicks out to taste the blood on her fingers, and she moans softly, actually moans, like she's sampling fine wine. The marrow's still warm, she purrs. Should we save some for later? This isn't victory celebration. This is feeding frenzy. They're drunk on blood and power, every movement carrying sexual satisfaction at having eliminated their enemies through systematic butchery. Thorin stands rigid beside me, his amber heart light flickering between rage and revulsion. His hands shake with the effort of not attacking them. Elira begins dragging Malakor's headless corpse toward the throne, leaving bloody streaks across stone floor. Dinner arrangement, positioning meat for communal consumption that will bond them through shared feast. I watch in mounting horror as they begin systematic butchery, discussing optimal cuts with the enthusiasm of gourmets. They're going to eat them. The heart should be shared, Elira explains, extracting Malakor's organ with surgical precision. Thorin's breathing becomes laboured beside me, his massive frame trembling with suppressed rage as we witness creatures we once loved transform victory into cannibalistic communion. "Stop," he whispers. Then louder, "Stop this." But they don't hear him, too intoxicated by blood and triumph to notice moral objections from witnesses. They continue their feast preparation while discussing the taste of enemy flesh. "Stop!" Thorin's roar echoes through the cathedral, his voice carrying centuries of accumulated horror at watching friends transform into monsters. The feeding stops. Carith looks up from his meal with mild irritation, blood running down his chin. But then his expression shifts to something worse, amusement. Elira laughs, the sound bright with cruel delight. "You're eating them!" Thorin's voice cracks with revulsion. "And," Carith replies, rising from the bone throne. The casual cruelty in his voice makes my blood freeze. "Look at what you have become," Thorin says. "We did end this to become like them." "You think I am like them?" Carith replies. "No, I am more than them." Elira settles back to watch, her eyes bright with anticipation. "You're weak," Carith continues, his voice carrying casual certainty. "Clinging to your little pet because you're too pathetic to function alone. You are a monster, a beast of the night, not some woodcutter that comes home to screw his fat wife." Thorin lurches forward, but Carith's strike comes quick. Carith's claws rake across Thorin's face, sending him crashing into the wall with contemptuous ease. Thorin struggles to rise, blood streaming from facial wounds. Carith watches with the same expression someone might use to observe a dying animal. "Leave before I kill you both," Carith says flatly. Thorin hesitates, looking between us and the blood-soaked throne room. "Now!" I help Thorin to his feet, his weight heavy against me as we stumble toward the entrance. Behind us, they resume their feast with wet sounds of consumption, already forgetting we exist. We step outside, and I am thankful for the fresh air. The moon is rising and the forest stirs. The mountains watch us with pity. "Where will we go?" I ask. "Toward the last light, to Fenris," he replies. "While it still shines, we have hope."